I bet when they built that building, it was a standalone building, then they standalone depth of that building, and they could just go boom, boom, boom. That century code section for the lease revenue bond.
Yes, you go.
My name is Mickey Mouse.
There you go.
You know, the other thing that comes out of that story too is, that's really unique here, is if the USC grant comes through, is can you pay for the same building twice? Because in essence, the 10 mils is for the EOC portion, and the grant was for the EOC portion. There's no money ever generated specifically for the generic portions. So can you borrow money on a building that was funded with a different source?
Well, I don't think you can unwind, you can't unring a bell.
No, you can't. And that's where, again, these are kind of things where, once you establish those patterns, is you just say, you know, there's got to be some kind of a structure set up and say, this is the best way we can handle this mess. And then closely and goes forward.
Yeah. They're on. Yeah. Mr. Olson.
How's it going? Good. Did you turn that shooter on?
Yeah.
I was gonna grab a 1/2 inch wrench and a 9/16 or a 3/4.
Yeah, I just have it up.
Hey, Sean, did you work at a vocational center in Valley City?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, for,
Yeah, I kept trying to put your name, just kept sounding familiar to me. And I'm like, I know him.
oh God, let's see, like 95 through 2000, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like Jeff was Jeff Open director then, or was it Meester?
Meester or both? Which one?
Was it DD one?
Yeah, it started with Meester.
But it just,
Yeah.
there's one unique individual.
That's a nice way to put it. Yeah, that's for sure.
Hey Troy, who's the manager for East Dakota Shred?
Bruce Carlson.
There you go. I've been trying to think of that name for a while. Bruce Carlson. The longest thing.
You guys been out lake yet? Yeah. Have you been out to Devil's Lake or whatever yet?
Water, so you kind of want to.
I have no idea.
Meeting to order, the Griggs County Commissioners, 1 p.m. Doing well. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hi there. Call for roll call, John Whitfield,
Here.
Dale Peterson.
Here.
Ron Dahl.
Here.
Sean Steffen.
Here.
Troy's here. Okay, as you're all aware, this special meeting was called to review the 2013 audit with Harold. And then there's just a couple more agenda items that were requested. One is to get an update on the USC grant. And the other one is the sheriff's budgets. So, Harold, we'll start with you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And I appreciate that being the service auditor for the county. I have talked for 2 hours before, so I can do it. I'm sure you don't want me to, but if we will talk as long as you want to. First thing I want to just kind of establish the broad criteria. These are your statements. Not mine, they're yours. So if there's anything you want in there or out of there, that's the reason we're talking today, is they are going to be what you want. Now, if there's some issue in there that affects the audit, in my opinion, I might have to qualify something. So for example, if you said we don't want to show there's a management discussion analysis, it's technically required, and if you omit it, it's no big deal, but if you said we're going to omit it, then my opinion would say they omitted that section. If you omit it, part of the county's books in there, then I think it's missing this part of the county's books, but that is your choice. These are your statements. In the management discussion analysis, to go back to that, that is in theory a broad description of what's happened for the year. And as a county, an entity, you always have any chance you want to write anything you want in there. You can talk about what's happened, what's going to happen, what your goals are, whatever. That is your section. It's kind of like the old annual report that businesses do to how great you are and how great things are going to be. So if you choose to do that, you have every opportunity to do that also. These financial statements are prepared on a modified cash basis, and a modified cash basis means it's what you guys spent, and what you got. Now, the most preferred method of reporting is modified accrual, which means you record receivables and payables. And as a general rule, I do 4 counties, 3 of them are modified cash, 1 is a modified accrual. So it's your choice again. If you say we want to have this on the modified accrual basis, we want to go through the first 3 months of 2014 and record all expenses incurred in that point in time to relate to last year, we can do that. So, but if it's, again, these are on a modified cash basis, so you understand. So, and I'll go through as much detail as you want, and if you want me to stop, I will stop. If not, I'll just keep kind of chugging along. Now I'm going to go just to page 4 again to kind of highlight that management discussion and analysis. And again, this tries to just kind of highlight the different aspects of the year. You know, I encourage you to read it when you get a chance. I'm not going to go through that in any detail. But again, that's just something there available for you. So that's on pages 4 through 9. I'm going to go to page 10 real quick. You have, in essence, 2 financial statements in this report. The first one is the business model we're looking at now, and this is the type that Troy and all the bankers love because this is where they can do all the ratios on equity and all kinds of debt to ratios and all those kind of things. And we actually show the fixed assets of the county. Now, obviously, the county if you had to replace everything in the county, it would be more than $1 million. But that is the depreciated value. So, in essence, capital assets become kind of a weak number in this whole report, but that's the method they chose to do. So we show the cash balance. Again, there's no receivables, you can see, but that was the checking account balance of the county, of your funds, as of December 31st. The liabilities, you have some notes, and again, there's in the footnotes, it describes those. Part is being paid for the county loan, part is being paid for by social service, part is being paid for by the emergency fund, but those loans you took out to do different things, $162,000 available. Under net assets, they split it up to say how much of it is in essence dead, and the $1,147,000 is money equity you have that really you're not going to generate anything from for current operations. You're not going to generate revenue from this building or the road graders you have per se that's going to operate funds of the county, so the unrestricted amount is available for you guys. you'll see another column called component units. Component units, by definition, are entities that the county controls. And by controlling them, either you control them by the board, by their budget, or by being, in essence, responsible for their ultimate debt. And these are not legally part of the county. And what's happened in the past, outside of North Dakota, governmental units have been trying to hide some financial activity from the people. So they would set up these joint ventures and other organizations. And to try to combat that, this was established to say if there's a component unit of the county, it should be recorded as part of the county's activity for the year to show if there's any issues in those outside entities. There's a report a little further back. You have 4 component units, so we'll go through that. But they have the cash, and again, the biggest one right now in that perspective is the building authority. Page 11 is the activity for the year. And again, the purpose of this report format is to try to give you as a board an understanding of what entities are costing you to operate. So if you look at the expenses in the first column, that's what it costs your general government. Of course, that's your main thing you have. Public safety is basically the sheriff and any kind of correctional issues or expenses. Health and welfare is your social service, and highways is obviously road and bridge, farm to market. And then we show the other ones if you don't have activity for. Interest expense is the net cost of debt, and depreciation is shown as an expense right now for the county. From your perspective, this has some value, not no value, because if you look at general government, it's just a cost. But public safety, in essence, those charges, like the charge of service, you see that at 57.5, that is what you get from the city of Cooperstown for our police contract. And then grants received during the year for different costs were $25,000. So the net operating cost of the sheriff's department was about $221,000. You know, this is something as a board, as you look at things, you could manage from that perspective and say instead of the 305, you could say if you can pay for stuff, our net cost of the county is whatever number. If you say 200, 150, so if you fund costs, you can pay for it. That would be what you do. Well, health and welfare, again, you get money from the state of $42,000 in the major grant. So 369 is the net cost of the county. And on the highways, the 144 is what you get from the townships for the agreements you have with them for providing services on their roads. And the 654 basically is the state aid money or highway distribution money you get from the state. So this year, the cost of operating the highways is very low because you're able to get huge chunks of state money from it. So you come to a net number of net costs, and then there's revenues that are not allocated out. Of course, the biggest one is property taxes. State aid itself, the biggest thing there is actually state aid. You do have a couple other smaller revenue streams, but the biggest thing there is the actual state aid. So 2 chunks of money you get, highway distribution and state aid. State aid shows up there because you can allocate that within a reasonable amount. And the other revenue you have right now under other revenue, that includes the money that was reimbursed to the county from the building authority. When you paid the first construction bills, and then they paid you back. So in essence, that money's sitting right now in the general fund.
One quick question.
Mm-hmm.
You're showing state aid on this page here,
Yes.
$387,000.
Right.
And state aid back here, $654.
Well, it's not all state aid, but the 387 is what the county chose to keep for itself. There's other funds you allocated to within the county.
Okay.
And that's something when we get to that report, we can kind of talk about that in more detail. But
Okay.
you know, that whole comparison report will be one of those things of how you allocate costs, because that's trying to show operations only of the county. So you come down to the net change in assets is $1.1 million, and again, you made money because in essence you got reimbursed for construction for capital cost, and then so the net assets are $2 million, now they're $3 million. So on paper, as a county, you're worth $3 million. It makes you feel good. And then the component units have $270,000. Page 12, now we go to the second set of books. This actually is the books that Cindy gives you every month, and it highlights only the operations of the county for cash received and cash paid. So when you pay money out for the building, or if you pay money out on debt, it shows an expense through this set of books, as opposed to on the business model saying that's not a revenue or an expense. So the general fund we show always separately because it's considered a major fund of a county. The highway fund, which is road and bridge, farm to market, social service fund, and then social security. And then other governmental funds get lumped together, and you get a total of $2 million. You do break it down between if the money's restricted for capital projects, or if it's restricted for debt service, or if it's just for other general governmental purposes, like the highway fund money is as far as purpose as a social service. So in theory is, even though you have $2 million, and again, this is something you've done when you go through your budget, is you realize that not all of it's available to balance your books. It's restricted for specific purposes.
That's the point. Even the $275,000 in the general fund, that was as of December 31st, 2013. That doesn't take into account that money that was pledged forward into the 2014 budget. So we have to be careful that we differentiate between actual budget numbers and this audit, because they are this is not money available to be spent. That is only available in the budget. And this is a snapshot of a point in time where the budget is fluid and going forward.
Yes.
So I think that's where some of the confusion comes with the public or people looking at these budgets. They say, well, we've got $2 million. Why can't we just take that money and spend it? Well, that money's not available. It's all been pledged for other purposes, or it is tied up within assets that are not liquid. And because the county doesn't have the ability to borrow money at a financial institution, to pledge assets, it becomes a non-issue because it isn't liquid. It can't be mortgaged.
And that's part where when people talk about stuff, you always need to make sure you use the right words.
Yeah.
And I hate to be a accounting geek, but it kind of comes down to sometimes you have to be the geek. Use the geek words to say, I have money, but I don't have money. That's right. And kind of discussion we had last time where there's balances, but are they real balances?
It's not a fluid. It's not a balance that can be spent.
It's committed. It's committed funds.
Yeah.
And that's the things where, as you know, the level of commitment also become different. Where you have contractual, you already signed agreements and you owe the money. You said I'm going to buy it, and you've also said as a commission we are going to buy something. Or we're going to do this road, so we will not have that money available.
As it's pledged forward in your budget.
And there's some that'll just say, you know what, we really should save it because we're going to have problems down the road. Now that level is the softest. And because you haven't officially said we're going to use it or identified a specific amount that you're going to use.
That's the carryover in the general budgets that's carried to the next year.
Right.
It would be the available money for
Right.
that kind of thing.
I mean, and as you look at a management perspective, it would be, you know, to avoid issues, the more detailed you get in getting to the committed side. So when you say, you know, you take the $2 million, you say we need to really identify it and say, this is where we're at. Because whenever you have theoretical discussions, then people walk away and go, did we do something or did we not? And as, you know, that's where really board motions are really the most effective tool you have to say, the board agrees that we're going to commit, boom, $100,000 for this. Or, and every contract you agree to basically says, now we got to take that out of the pot.
And the money that came back from the building authority actually isn't there. It came back as a capital asset, and it changed, once the money got into the general fund, it changed to an expense basically, and it's gone. The money's not sitting there.
Right.
It was allocated. So what happened is, yes, it's still sitting there as a it came back as a capital.
It shows as a fixed asset.
Yeah. But once the money got there, it erased that and it went back out as an expense.
Right.
So in essence, we have that amount of money as equity in that building, but you can't spend the equity.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Because we have to be careful so that when this is explained, that it doesn't translate over to something that it isn't.
Right.
And then we have the next 6 months trying to straighten it out to where what he said really wasn't what he said. Here's what he meant.
Yeah. And that's, you know, and the bill is the biggest issue, but again, you look at, with the highway department, you're in the same things where between, in your case, you lease a lot of stuff. So you are more committed off balance sheet saying we have these leases, whereas if you bought the graders themselves, which some counties are doing, and they always go back and forth, we should buy it or lease it, and you always have those discussions, but when you lease it, in essence, you look at the highway money, you say, whoa, well, gotta keep in mind, we're buying, we've got, I think you went 5 years, didn't you, on your grader, so for the next 5 years, you agreed to pay, a couple $100,000 every year. So when you talk about available funds too, that's how you have to say, make sure that, whoa, aren't we? Yeah, we are.
Well, most of the available funds of the county sit in the road department. I mean, the greatest
Correct.
majority of them.
That's where your money is right now.
Yes, and
Okay.
and that really can't even come back out of there into the general fund without quite a commotion, because they are committed funds.
So exactly right.
Yeah.
And these are the parts where I think we've got to talk about other things. As a county, you have some unique structures because it relates back to the tax evaluation of this county isn't phenomenal. So because of that, even the tax mills that other counties have bring in substantially more money. And that's really where, as a county, forever, you've always been on a tight budget. Where the other counties, always got oil money, but even, Farmers County, for example, I mean, they've had just valuation increases phenomenal this year. So all of a sudden they're sitting on some serious money in the county that is available, but it got because they had the same mill as you, but that gave them a big bang.
Yeah.
And that's one real disadvantage you guys have that always hampers any discussion of doing big things. And it's just the nature of this beast.
Well, it all depends on what perspective you look at
Right,
it from.
you're absolutely right.
I feel a prosperous government equals a poor citizenry. I mean, we're taking the money from them to make the government prosperous. It doesn't. So
That's right.
it doesn't go hand in hand. So I would rather have a government that just barely scrapes by and leave the money over here with the people.
Yeah.
And so,
No, but I'm just saying this from the financial structure of other counties operating in the states, we're going to compare yourselves and what everybody looks for. I'm just saying that's a perspective they have, and I'm not.
you're talking about
perspective is extremely valid.
you're talking about the government entities, what they look for. What the government, what the person in government looks for is to have the government fat and happy. What the normal taxpayer looks for is the opposite of that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, that's the parts where you look at. So, and on page 13, it reconciles and it kind of talks about when John mentioned his deal where, your costs, your capital costs, or some costs. You have one lease right now is being paid off this year, and then you have notes payable. But for the government fund balance and cash balance of $2 million, so the $3 million on paper to make it feel good, it's in capital assets, which again, as John said, is reinforces a warm fuzzy because you cannot pay salaries off of that number. You cannot, pay for electric bills off of that number because it is just, Page 14 is revenue and expenses again for the year. And again, the general fund, at this point in time, and again, this will be the discussion you have, is this is without the building in there, and again, the four options we're talking about. We'll discuss that further. So the normal general fund of the county took in $908,000, spent $742, had $166,000 surplus. And again, the biggest reason for that is the state aid number you talked about. The state aid has been substantial for the general fund for the last few years.
Yeah.
And depending on how you want to commit it, it comes in uncommitted as of right now. So it is available for operations, and as you have committed for stuff, it doesn't show up as committed, but it's showing up as a big pot of the $275,000. The transfer to 170 that you see is again the transfer we talked about last time when you come up to the 290 that went into the building.
Mm-hmm.
That's 170 was the general fund's portion of that. So 275 is ending balance. Highway fund, again, and that's what you pointed out too, it basically has all the money, because again, the highway money has just been phenomenal. So $1,400,000, spent $900,000, $10,000 was transferred out to the Social Security fund if you approve the transfers, leaving a net surplus of almost $500,000, so $1,300,000. So of the $2 million you're talking about, there's where most of it is. And it's sitting right there, and in theory is, you would also have to, and between what the state is requiring you to do is say, you guys want the money, you better be spending it, and you better be spending it right.
It's already committed to projects
Right.
this year.
So
I mean,
that's what-
most of that will be
So
gone.
you should
at
be,
the end of this year.
yeah, you guys, and from what I see, you guys have that all, your meeting requirements, but, so again, that'll be gone. So again, that's the part where somebody goes, we got $2 million, you go, Just like that was it, talk to me later. You talk to me on December 31st, talk to me on June 30th. Or actually in your case, more would be more like, talk to me October 1st, and we'll be saying, where'd that money go? You say, remember when you didn't go bumpy down that road? That's where the money went. Social Service Fund again has, there's one number that, just so you can see it, you see capital outlay for 16,510, you see bond proceeds for 16,510. You did buy the car, and what the county has a tendency to do is to issue treasurer's check or have the loan go right from the bank to the place where you buy the vehicle, so it doesn't hit your books as a check written and a deposit made. But for audit purposes, it does show up as a revenue and expense, just like you see a bond proceeds of 13,393 under general fund. That was for the sheriff's vehicle. So, but that's why that number is kind of popping out like that. And the 26,516.04 is capital outlay under general as a total cost. 13 was borrowed, and the rest came from the insurance proceeds of the vehicle that got totaled up. So those four numbers, you say, I don't see it on Cindy's books, and you don't, because they show up here, because that was an actual activity of the county that went kind of, I want to say, off the book, the way they would handle it. And the Social Security Fund had a deficit of $21,000. $20,000 was proposed to come in from highway and general fund, and they basically are a break-even basis. The other funds show up there, so in total, you can see the total revenues is $4 million, total expense of $3.8 million, $200,000 surplus, and then the $29,000 in loans, new loans you took out. So as a county as a whole, you had a $262,000 surplus this year in cash. So it went from $1.8 million to $2 million. But again, remember that cash didn't go all in one spot, and totally discretion, it was in different slots or funds.
And then a portion of that cash was allocated to the 2014 budget.
Right.
Carried forward.
Because you said you needed it. Right. Yep. And every year you do the budget for each subsequent year, that's an option you have. Is one of the pieces of the budget, you have revenue, you have expenses, and the last piece is if the revenues aren't enough for expenses, you can use last year's money if you have it. Now, if you don't have it, then I don't know what to do. Of course, then you're at the federal government, and you just go, well, we'll just go on home.
Well, we're close not to having it. We've got $29,000. But then, so,
Yeah. So, page 15 shows the activity for the year, saying how can you make $200,000 in cash, but you made $1 million on the books. And again, the biggest thing you see is $900,000 was purchased capital assets. So it doesn't show up as an expense on the first thing we talked about. So obviously, though, that was when John talks about the money came in and it went out. That's where it shows coming in and going out, is that capital outlay. Then the $29,000 you borrowed and the $73,000 you paid off on the different notes you had outstanding get you to the $1 million you made on paper to make it feasible. Page 16 is the activity agency funds, and the biggest thing you have there is the prepaid taxes. So people come in before December 31st and pay their taxes. By law, that tax money cannot be used in 2013. It has to be allocated into the funds in 2014, so it shows up as prepaid taxes. And again, that's another $1 million. So when you think about going, I thought we had more than $2 million in the bank. Yes, you did. You had another $1.3 million, which was not your money.
yeah, that's where the confusion comes, where they look and we see, well, there's $2.5 million in the bank. Yes, there is, but that has to cover our budget going forward for this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it'll be spent. It isn't, that's excess and we have extra money on top of that. That is to cover the bills for the next year.
Well, no, the one he's talking about is money that people pay on their taxes.
I know.
That have to be allocated to all the funds.
But see, until you-
Schools, townships.
In
Yeah, you have to
the
remember-
2014 year.
Yeah, money is put into a fund at the end of 2013 and not apportioned until January.
Mhm.
We have to do 2 apportionments in January.
Yeah.
But still, it's money that's spent, it's not extra money. It'll be spent
Right.
through through the following budget year.
Right.
And that's why, like in February, when you look at your March 1st report, you feel really great because the bank account is phenomenal. Then all of a sudden the schools and the cities go, okay, give me our money. And all of a sudden you go, whoa, as a county, our money's done.
Yeah.
So, page 17, we'll have a little bit of discussion on this one because, again, I want to make sure you're comfortable with this. And it comes back to the options we'll talk about. Again, these are organizations that use the county control, because in essence, without you, they would not exist. So you would not have a water resource board, because it's a county resource board, it's a county fair board, it's your county JDA, and the building authority only exists for one purpose, and that is to serve the county. So by rights, all four of these are technically part of the county for reporting purposes. They let you put them in a separate column, that we showed in the first part, that we talked about component units, but that's where, the water resource board, they come to you and ask you for money for taxes. You can say yes or no. The fair board the same way, JDA the same way, and to the degree how you want to manage them contractually or organization, you could either, there are some counties that run the JDA as a fund of the county. They pay for all the bills, they get submitted as part of the whole bill list. You'd be saying JDA loan for Posio, if you're gonna do that. And it'd be a bill you use the commission to approve. What you chose to do is you said, we will give you the tax money, you tell us how you're spending it, and if we feel comfortable with it, we'll give you money in taxes. If we don't, then we're not gonna do that. So, but I mean, as a JDA, and JDAs are kind of one of those that become kind of touchy politically, because sometimes if they give out a loan that you guys aren't real comfortable with, you guys still take the heat for it even though you didn't vote on it. So that's where a lot of county commissions wrestle back and forth with how to manage it. Barnes County now they had a fun one when they bought that guy out. That was a little bit of a controversy.
Harold, are you positively sure of the relationship with this entity that's called the building authority,
Yeah.
and how this fits in here? Now, this differs from a traditional building authority. They use the word building authority of Griggs County, but it is in actuality a private corporation.
All building authorities are private corporations.
They are, but not of the structure of this one. This one operates completely independent. Once the mill levy was approved, it is completely independent of any government oversight, because we cannot rescind that funding. And that's the difference in this. A typical building authority, every budget cycle can have its funding rescinded or adjusted. This one cannot.
Well,
And that was a play on words that they called it the building authority.
I went back and looked at the bylaws, John, and technically, if you look at the bylaws, and I don't know, you have to.
I did look at them.
I know, I bet you're gonna memorize some. But I mean, but if you look at the directors are supposed to be you guys. Not maybe you guys, it says you guys. It says the directors are the county commissioners.
They changed that.
Okay, so I mean, but see, when you look at that first part, that was the crux of it is the building authority, and this is where component units come in. This is not illegal. This is technically if the building authority did not make a payment to the Bank of North Dakota. Okay. If they said, we're not gonna pay them, the Bank of North Dakota would be coming to your door.
Nope.
Now, they would come to your door. They would come to your door. You could argue whether you need to pay them or not.
That has already been.
That's in the lease.
That is in the lease agreement, and that is in the.
I know, but the lease, they would say we need a lease payment. And
It's already mandated. It's already mandated for the next 20 years by the
Right.
levy. But what you're getting at is they had the discretion of appointing anybody they wanted to the board. They just happened to appoint the five
With the new
commissioners.
thing, with the new
Right,
Yeah.
the same reason they named it the building authority is the reason they mimicked how you would treat an actual building authority. This is a building authority by name and by mimicking the actions, but in actuality, it does not obey it does not have to respond to the actual legal obligations of a building authority as we'd have one in Grand Forks or Fargo that we're familiar with. It's a ruse.
Well, but, and again, if you want to get a legal opinion, you're more than welcome to, but from what I've seen is, the purpose of this is only to build a building for you. So this activity, now, if they go off the reservation,
Well, they
No,
changed the members. Right there, your argument was it had to be, and they were
No.
able to change that.
no, what I'm talking about, John, is if they chose to do something that had nothing to do with the county. So if they said, we're gonna team up with the empowerment zone, and we're gonna do something. We're gonna build, let's say we're gonna build apartments for people. That has nothing to do with the county. And question is legally, could they do that? And that's where if you know, this portion of the building authority, this lease is covered by you guys. So this debt, the $2 million, is the county's debt. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Now, if they went out and borrowed another $10 million and said, we'll hope the county will pay for it, then all of a sudden you have no obligation for that. And I'll go back to that whole deal with Barnes County. Now, Barnes County, because they have, there's three pieces actually. There's the Economic Development Corporation, there's the Valley City Barnes County, and then there's Valley City, and then there's also just an Economic Development Corporation. Now, Barnes County has an agreement with those guys to work with them, but they are not obligated to any debt unless they specifically agree to it. And those guys are not included in the county because they have no say over all the things they do. The only thing that they have as a county is they have a contract for administrative services. They say, we'll pay you 30 grand or 40 grand a year so you can cover salaries of the director.
That's basically what we have in the form of.
But right now, you guys can't say we're not going to pay this debt. Now, when they bought that land, okay, Barnes County is under no obligation to pay for that. Zero. Valley City took on some obligation.
Mhm.
So they had an agreement. And if that was in that case, that portion would show up on Valley City's books because it's Valley City. And that's, I don't think, you know, see, this is a part where legally, I don't know if they can do any other debt agreement without having the county, but if they do that, and
It's in their bylaws. They have the ability to.
But this portion of it is yours.
No,
So-
they actually
No,
have
the
the
$2 million
ability
is yours.
they actually have the ability to use any excess funds because this is 10 mills. They have the ability in their structure to use excess funds to go out and start new projects. Out of it, yes, they do.
No, the 10 mils, your lease agreement is only equal to the debt payment.
No, they
No, that's what your lease agreement is.
yeah, but you have to look at the secondary payment. There's a provision in there where they can charge secondary charges over and above the lease payment as long as it's covered by the 10 mills. So when the 10 mills go up, the excess money can be used for other projects. And it's written right into the lease agreement.
Well, then technically,
This is no different than
No.
you and I starting an independent
Yeah.
corporation and having the county pledge the tax levy to us. And once that is done, we're free and clear to do whatever we want with it. And that's how this is written.
okay, but this portion, you agree with it, this portion is still, right now, activity related strictly to the county. And if they wanted to split up the building authority into two funds, a county fund and a non-county fund, if you want to use those terms, then that non-county fund portion would never be included in these books. But the portion that relates to everything that the county is doing financially needs to be included in order to not have a qualification. If you want to bounce it out, you can bounce it out, and like I said, then as an opinion, I'd have to say the building authority has not been included in these financial statements, and that's your choice. And they can make up their own mind on that portion. But the question is, because technically you have, the bonds are not your bonds. They're the building authority bonds. You have a lease obligation, but you do not have a bond or debt.
That's right.
So if you want the bonds to show up and you disclose in these financial statements, the building authority has to be included, because then you say long-term debt, building authority, lease revenue bond.
But the building authority will and probably has already provided a financial statement in conjunction with their non-profit private entity.
No, and that's your choice. That has nothing to do with the company.
Well, no, but yes, it does, because they will show this $1.269 million on their financial statement, and it can't be shown on two different financial statements. We both can't claim it.
No, as long as it's understood, and that's why they talk about component units, they're saying is, this is not part of the county. If you chose, and again, you talk about the old other styles of building authority reporting,
Yep.
the school district I work with that have building authorities, it's shown as just one of their funds, just like as a highway fund or a social security fund. It's just shown in that last page going building authority. It's in the total, so like your $2 million would have $3 million in cash, because they would show the building authority cash as the county's cash. Now, I know you guys wouldn't be comfortable with that, that's why I said I'm gonna keep it separate. But by rights, the fact that it shows a component unit, I mean, JDE can issue its own report showing $67,000 in cash, and actually the Water Resource could issue its own report, and I've done that for different counties where the Water Resource Board has issued separate reports. So the fact that it's showing twice is not saying you're doubling up, it's just saying is, yep, you said you had it, and they said you had it. Because all you're saying here is, you need to know that the Water Resource Board has no money, that eventually as a county, we are at risk to have to bail them out. That's why you show these reports. This page is shown to say, does the county have financial risk with its children, these component units, saying if they spend too much money, we gotta bail them out. So like if JDA says we're gonna pay for a bunch, we're gonna go borrow money. Now, if a banker in its right mind gives them money when they have no authority, then they're technically at risk. But in all reality, they're gonna come back to this commission and say, hey, the JDA wants to borrow $100,000 so they can do this project. So just say it's the apartments here.
Yeah.
And the apartment people need $100,000, and then they're gonna build new apartments in Cooperstown. We don't have it. So we're gonna go borrow money, use the commission, will you back it for us? That's what the kind of thing is, you're going, use the commission and say, hey, I don't have $100,000 in debt. JDA says they got no money. And JDA says, but I don't have it. My money is your money. So this page says, do they have any debt? And if they did have those kind of debts, we would show that in this page saying you guys have negative equity because you owe money that you don't have the ability to pay. But that's the purpose of this page. It's not to say use a commission, totally control all these people. Because by rights, you don't control totally any of these people. The fair board meets, they do what they want to do, and they hope that you don't get mad at them. So does the Water Resource, so does JDA. Technically, so is the building authority. Even though I know there's issues, but in theory is, they can't incur financial activity that the county is responsible for without you guys signing some kind of document, usually of these.
Well, in practice,
I disagree.
we pay the Bank of North Dakota directly anyway, don't we?
Right, that's
We did, yeah.
That's the purpose of the trustee.
Right, but I'm just saying is, but in theory is, you know, technically, there's a trust report, I can show you if you want to see it, but the trust report for the building authority showed the money going into the trust account for debt and showed the money coming out of that trust account for debt. And that trust account is the building authority's trust account. So even though the check was written by Griggs County, it went into the credit of Griggs County Building Authority. And then Griggs County Building Authority.
Right, but my point is, we budget 10 mils.
Right.
So there's 10 mils in the fund, which is $162,000 or whatever.
Right.
Well, if the lease payment next year is $150,000, we're not gonna give them the $162.
Right. Now John's saying you have,
No, they have the option, to request it, I'll find it here.
but you're saying is, and the normal practice right now is you write a check up for $150.
Right, I mean,
Actually, our bill, I think it's $175.
Yeah.
We have to pay
Oh, well, I'm using
$25.
Troy's
Yeah,
numbers.
I know.
Because we're paying the cost of the trustee is included in that, which
Right, the interest.
takes, the interest, but the cost of the trustee, they're charging 2.5% also,
Right.
which wasn't included in the price of the building. So the price of the tax levy pays for the bond and its fees. But what wasn't included in there was the 2.5% that the trustee charges over and above that, which is an ongoing charge to the county, which is not covered under anything.
Right.
That's just an expense that the county took on, along with the burden of this being a net lease where we charge for every last dime that goes into it from the time the contract was signed. There were a lot of things that were associated with this that the county actually is taking on responsibility of paying once that lease was signed.
And that's been the tradition of other people just automatically doing it. And here it's more of an issue, but more other places go out. But the 150 is what actually your principal interest payment is 150 every year. The structure could come around 150. So technically, you know, what this is, if you already made your first lease payment when you paid the $25,000 in interest last year. So that could go against that fund, and it could have a fund deficit at this point. That's one of the options I'm talking about. So when you talk about the 160, you say, well, we need the 160 because eventually we're gonna pay back just 25. So when they ask for the excess funds, John, part of it comes down to is you say all costs related to that lease payment. And that's what their payment is.
So the maximum a county can levy for this lease is 10 mils.
Right.
And you're telling me we have to budget 2 mils separately to pay the,
It's the cost of the trustee is on a percentage annual basis, and that's to administer the trust. And that can't be included, that was included in the net lease of the building.
Right.
So the county is obligated to pay that as they're obligated to pay the heat and the lights on the building.
Right.
That's where it was included in the lease. It was convenient because then, when this project was going forward, we didn't have to show it as $2.2 million or $2.5 million or $2.8 million because we pulled those costs out in the county and put them in the cost of the operating the lease.
Yeah.
It was a way to reduce the outward looking cost of it without actually.
In there to pay it.
How much is that?
Last year we didn't have enough. This year right now you still actually have the 10 mils, 27,000 in there. So when the 25 comes up in the fall, you'll have it. If the mill levy doesn't go up, you'll still probably have enough cover for next year. We just didn't have it for the first year.
But in theory, if you have valuation exposure like other counties do, meaning, so it raises, you have your two choices, either you can continue to raise 10 mils, or you can raise the dollar amounts needed. So you're not, the maximum is 10, but it's not the minimum. So in theory, if you budget 150 plus or whatever you want, whatever works out to each year. But I mean, most people just say, let's go to 10 mils being the safe side. The only thing it'll do is give you a chance to build a reserve up if you wanted to call the bonds earlier or whatever.
There we go.
Or prepay, so. But putting it here keeps it where the structure is you don't have direct control, and that's why it's here as opposed to in the government side. That's my proposal. Again, like I said, you guys can, and without, we talk about the four options, you can show it three ways. Include it in the county, include it here, don't include it at all. It's your choice. But technically, this is what the snapshot had at this point.
Could I get one clarification? I mean, 2.5% of $2 million is about $20,000. And that $20,000 is included in the lease payment, right?
it must be 2.5% of the funds they handle or something.
Could be.
It can't be 2.5% of the total number.
Well, that would be over 20,000.
You just look under the Bank of North Dakota, the fee for the trustee fee.
It's 25,000.
25,000.
Yeah, I think it's 2% of the outstanding bond.
It's spread over the duration of the lease agreement and proportioned evenly. So I don't know how they did it, but the reason I figured it was 2.5%, I just took the 25,000, 2.2 and just kind of roughly did it. But no, it doesn't go down. It isn't a graduated, it's a simple.
Every year.
Simple interest payment, basically.
No, the bank gets money for handling outstanding debt.
That's what he's talking about. That's that.
The trustee, as any trustee would, whether you and I have a trustee for, they take a percentage of the.
But now they're doing a couple other things too, aren't they? Or-
But when we pay that 160,000, that 25,000 is covered.
No. We pay 175 actually every year.
Okay.
149 and 25.
Right, yeah, so.
Yeah,
That's what I
You get
said,
homestead
but the 10
credit.
mils doesn't cover.
No,
But you get homestead credit.
But
and
by law,
other
you
things.
can only levy 10 mils to pay for it.
we didn't,
That's all we did.
that's why they had the lease separate from the actual building.
See, technically, you don't need to pay the
Because-
25 out of the 10 mils.
Same reason they made it a net sum lease is so that all those expenses could be separate from the actual, so they had more money in the 10 mils to build the building. It was sleight of hand here. It's
So
only
they-
it cost 2.2. No, actually it cost 2.8, but these costs just got pushed over here where you didn't see them until now. Same reason, name the damn thing the building authority. It's not- All this was done for a purpose, and some pretty smart lawyers doing it.
So. Then on page 18, it shows activity for the people for the year. Now technically on the building authority shows no activity because in essence the debt is not revenue and the construction cost is not expense. It shows up on the balance sheet. So when you see the building authority nothing, that's why for purposes of this report it doesn't have activity. Now in theory it has equity in this building at this point in time, they'll transfer it over. But the other three are normal, so you can see water resource took an 80,000. I took it 107,000, spent 80, so it's plus its cash balance of 85. Fair Board took in 24, spent 15, so it has surplus 19. And JDA got $57,000 and actually gave out $33,000 in grants/loans. And since they're the cash basis, we don't show the loans on the balance sheet. That way you don't identify whether they're actually going to be paid back. But again, that's what I'm talking about, just $33,000 that JDA spends. And again, next year they're going to have, technically they would have over 100,000 years of money to spend. But as a commission, right now, you do not have veto authority. You could change it.
But they're only getting 1 mil now, right?
Right, but I'm saying so next year. But if you go back to the 4 mils this year, then this year's budget cycle, give another 4 mils, they could have that money.
And of course, they might not have the money either because some of these ongoing projects, in the paperwork on it, it says pledged assets.
Right.
So they might be pledging forward 3
Yes.
years on a facility or on a project they're working on, so
And
really
that's
that number isn't the same either.
And see, that's a tricky part too, where, like, as I was talking about earlier, is if all of a sudden JD said, they want their money now, so we have to borrow money. We have to borrow money because we don't have the money. We agreed to pay the $100,000, but we didn't have it. And you're going, shouldn't have done that, you do. And now the commission, that's why these guys show up, because if all of a sudden there was a bill or a note out there, they'd say, this is your note. You know it's not, ultimately it is, because the only money they got is your money. So if you give them 0, and they've already signed a contract, and the guy comes back to you guys and says, I got a signed contract, says, you're gonna pay me money, because your guys that you appointed said they're gonna pay me money.
And we gave them the ability was given them to pledge assets forward,
That's right.
so
That's right.
up to the, they could pledge assets up to the amount levied for any 1 year. So unspent money levied for 1 year, so we could be paying for something they pledged forward back in 2010.
That's right, so all of a sudden somebody comes in, you go, yeah, we got money, and all of a sudden they go, "Psst, John, no we don't. And you go, really?
Well, but they could make the county liable for it.
Yeah, they could.
They might have already, you don't know that.
To the point where the agreements, the documents I looked at, there was not a formal, you gotta pay no matter what. There was a pledge which says, we are committed, if we have funds, you're first in line.
Yeah.
But you're not guaranteed. If there's no line, there's no line. And you can go, man, that county, they're cheap. You go, yeah, we're cheap.
So there were no ongoing projects? Okay.
That there's ongoing, that they said, well, we have money, we're gonna do it.
Okay.
But it was, if, made it enough that you're not on the hook. If
There
you were,
there was a name more pledged in the balance. They
So they were pledging every dime they
Yeah,
had, so they
plus
couldn't
they
go,
still
they
had-
couldn't go forward.
extra. So.
Page 19 starts with footnotes, and if you have trouble sleeping at night, you can read those bad ones. I'm not gonna go through them right now. But, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. You go to page 30, which is a general fund comparison to budget. Okay? Now, this is a requirement for report of all major funds. We show the original final budget, what your actual costs were and the variances are. This is when Cindy came to you in January and said, we're over budget, we need to amend the budget. Now, technically, at that point in time, one of the processes, you have two choices when this comes up. You can say, yeah, we overspent the budget, write us up for it, and that's life, because in essence, it is life. If you don't have a way to pay for it, then in essence, amending the budget is just a paperwork. And actually, I have a couple governments that amend the budget to equal expenses. And that makes it a total joke, because at that point in time, you're going, well, what does that mean? It means that, well, they reward us up because we didn't equal, so now we equal. And you go, but you didn't make any decisions on why you overspent the budget. And that's really where the process should come when you talk about it, and that's as we talk about like this year, you say, we're gonna commit last year's money for this year's bills that you've done. And technically, when you do that last year, you said, well, we're gonna commit last year's money, 2012's money, if we deficit spend, because we don't have another way to pay for it. So, the original budget and final budget, and like, in your case right now, I left this because depending on how the building authority comes through, because you amended the budget for $884,000, which included the building, which got shown in the general fund. So, right now, those two numbers are alike, and depending on what you decide to do, this page will change accordingly. Page 31 is the,
I got one.
You said they amend the budget
right,
to equal the financial statement. It can't be done the other way around. You can't, you're right.
right,
The budget is not under any
right.
obligation to balance or
No, it
anything,
is.
but the financial statement is, so they amend the budget to
Equal.
match the financial.
Yeah, and what that does is basically makes the budget worthless. Because you're saying is, see, we budgeted what we spent. You go, no, you budgeted wrong. That's where the original final budget kind of shows up. Because you originally thought you were going to do this, and you did that instead. But as a manager, just like what you're talking about, every time you go through your finances, even right now, and the point you bring up that you keep talking about is they don't talk about the 275.
Right.
Because it no longer exists.
It's 27.92 actually
Right.
now, is what it is.
But I'm saying, and tomorrow it could be something totally different.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was 27.92 as of the end of,
No, yeah.
December.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is even today,
oh,
right now today, that could be, we're gonna end the year in the hole. Because all the costs we got that we know we had to pay for, we don't have the money for it. It wasn't in the budget. And like you always, I know we made a reference a couple times, saying we don't have money in the budget for that. And you say, okay, but you got a bill. And you say, now I got two choices. Either I become a poor creditor, and which nobody ever do anything for me again unless they know for sure I'm gonna pay it, or I gotta pay for it and figure out how I'm gonna pay for it. And that's kind of the mode you have been in since you've come on board is, we got bills we gotta pay. How are we gonna pay for it? And that's when you've made those philosophical choices that you've implemented into staffing and yourself, like you guys took a big hit yourself by saying we're not gonna pay ourselves.
some people are saying we're getting paid what we're worth, so.
No, no. And again, facts are nice, I always deal with facts, right? And people, whenever you don't have to deal with facts, you can say you want them. They can say, no, you guys got $1 billion. Based on what? Based on the fact you got $1 billion. So.
And of course, the correct decision would be never incur a bill that you can't pay for.
That's true. Yes. And, if you were able to build up in the past a bunch of money, so there's counties that have $1 million in their general fund.
We used to.
No.
No.
500,000, 10 years ago.
200,000.
200,000. Yeah.
250, I think is the highest.
You guys are really, you guys have,
Just the general.
right. But if you do it, then all of a sudden those bills come along, you go, yeah, what the heck, we'll pay for it. Right now, Barnes County kind of has they're in that mode where they can, something comes up, like when a flood project comes up, and they need to have local match, like, Hobart Lake, and going to have to raise grade raises. They've been able to pay for some out of their general fund, because they have. And whereas you guys, Wayne comes in here, you're going, boy, Wayne, you better start looking for some money, because we don't have. But in his case, he does have money, because he does have it in his fund, so. But the original final budget there, again, is general fund, kind of what you guys said. They do highway fund, and again, when you look at, page 31, the highway fund, when you look at budgeting, and I have to confess I'm a budgetaholic, because in essence, if you are gonna manage that way, and you're making an honest decision, which you guys are really seem to make a hard choice on, and really are making a commitment to try to do that, this variance should never be that high. You should say we should come in about even. And because if they're gonna say we're gonna spend it, they should spend it. If they're just gonna pad the budget, so we don't have this issue of, Cindy's gonna make us amend the budget, how do I avoid that? Well, put another $500,000 in the budget for expenses that you're never gonna spend, and then you'll never go over budget. But you say, but we'll never spend it. And we'll show this huge deficit that we'll never incur.
Yeah, but, I mean, part of the reason
They
Highway
used
budget.
to do that, Harold. And
I know, I never did it. And-
we don't do that.
No, you don't, and like I said, but I'm just saying, I'm using the extreme case. I'll give you an example. I mean, I have one school, they actually have a contingency line item, $300,000. They put it every year, that way, we'll never go over budget. And so you plan on spending it? Not a dime. But we got written up years ago, so we'll never be written up again. I go, but now as a board, and actually, the ironic thing was they ended up adopting two budgets, one with and one without. And the one without is the one they really managed. But for the reporting purposes, we put the 300 in.
but of course, the highway fund, part of the reason that has a
excess budget is because they try to propose projects
Right.
that bring in the most federal and state money
Right.
to max it out. So, and they're for 2-3 years in a row. So it's gonna have a higher balance because we have to have our match in there also.
Well, and the one thing it comes down to, when you talk about amending the budget, and I'll go back to my friends in Barnes County again. Like 5 years ago, they really wanted to micromanage each department, so they put no fluff in, 0. And every month, at their meetings, they amended somebody's budget. Sometimes more than one person, but they say, okay, you didn't budget. You know what, this highway, for example, are you gonna do it for sure? No, then we're not gonna budget for it. Now this comes this month, they go, hey, I got the goal, state said they're going, now I need it. Okay, we'll amend your budget today, we'll put that match in today. But I mean, if you wanted to, you could technically say, we're not gonna budget for anything unless we know we're gonna spend it. And when you wanna spend it, you come and you talk to us, and we're gonna spend an hour or two at every meeting, saying, what are you gonna spend, why are you gonna spend it, how are we gonna pay for it? You could do that. Now, most people go, and they don't do it anymore at Barnes County because they said, we're tired of having half the meeting go for budget amendments. But you could technically do that if you really wanted to manage, and your general fund, you kind of manage that way right now. If something came up in the general fund, you'd have to talk about it.
It really depends on who you're managing the budget for. Are you managing it for the government entity, or you're managing it for the citizens? The way you're talking about item by item like that is in the citizens' best interest to do it that way. Rather than give them 2 scoops ice cream in front of them, in front of the county megalopolis, just give them one. They have to ask for the next one. I believe that's the way to do it. I believe just scraping by is how we should manage county government.
No, and see, you misread me now, John, because actually I don't believe in the 2 scoop things, because I think that makes budgeting work.
Yeah.
But by the same token is, see, I would not be opposed as a person to amend the budget every month. Say, okay, tell me what's going on now. You know, when last August you didn't mention that you're going to do this, or that all of a sudden you had to have this. Now let's talk about it. You really need it, and that's how people should have to. And what happens is, in the normal budget process, people go, I don't want to deal with this day-to-day stuff.
Right.
So I'm going to give you a bunch of money and don't bother me again till next year. Okay. And that's what they do. And that's how they want to do it. But by the token is, if you are in a tight budget, you really shouldn't be doing it, because ultimately, you don't know where you're going to be at for sure. Like when your number, if you go on paper, you can say, John, he's off. There's no way he's 27. I got it at 52. No, I got it at 89. And that's why if you use the budget and use it as a breathing, living document, that number is the number everybody always agrees. What's our new budget number, Cindy? Where are we at now? We know, we're going to be at 20. We're going to be at the end of this year.
But we fought forever to arrive at the 28 number.
Right. No.
And we fought with everybody, and no, it's 500,000. No, it's 300,000. No, it's 28,000. We've said that forever. It was 27,900. That's the thing. It's a perception, and if a big number's out in front of everybody, they tend to spend it. If a big number isn't there, they tend to be conservative.
No, and if you got money to spend, most people say let's spend it. As long as you got the money to spend it. And I've never been a big believer in that either. To me, the answer is not what somebody else is doing, not what you can do, is what do you need. And that's how you should manage things. Page 32 is social service fund, and again, they came fine. Again, they were a little conservative in, they got a little aggressive in what they thought they were going to bring in, but they did end up the year about where they thought they would end up at. So, but again, this is the part where, when you give them the direction, they are told they can spend $445,000, and that's how they manage their fund. So if all of a sudden somebody leaves and they have an opening, they can say, now we can buy the equipment that wasn't budgeted because our salary's under budget, we're going to use the over budget. As a commission, you can decide how you want to manage it. If you don't go line item by line item, you say, if you go over on any line item, you talk to us. If you go over in the total budget, you talk to us. That's your choice. And that's, as a commission, how you manage it. For reporting purposes, it's only in the
Only
total.
one number, yeah.
That's all. You don't sit there and say, well, you overspent salary, you're going to write you up for that. But we underspent on equipment. You say, yeah, because I gave up all my toys so we could hire that next person. Page 33 is Social Security Fund, and again, under Social Security Fund, you went a little bit, you did amend the budget. This is one of the budgets you did amend, so if you look at it, the original budget was 349.4, and again, this is gonna be my pet peeve, and I admit it. You amended the budget, and this is what is a traditional method of doing it. So you're 45 cents over budget. But again, by rights, by amending the budget, increasing the expenses, you did not see it any way to pay for it. So from that perspective, that's where you transfer the money in from the building, or the general fund and highway to cover that 20,000 that you in essence amended the budget. So. But again, this is because it's made fun get shown that way, so. And the last 3 pages are the report that gets split into half. The first half is who you guys are. So again, this is the funds of the county, and again, you look on the 6th one down, I put the courthouse down right now, and that is the 409, plus the 290, which is transferred in, and the 794 is what checks are written out of the county, that right now is in the general fund, and your report. So this is a proposal. Again, if you wanted to go back and get those options, we'll talk about them. But again, even with that fund is technically $95,000 in the hole. The transfers you see coming out of the different funds, so the 10,000 from the highway fund, again, went to Social Security. That's the thing we talked about last time. The 310 went between the two different social service, 18,000 went from cops into the general fund and into regional corrections. The 25,000 from insurance, and the 27 from county loan, and part of the money was part of the 290. But again, the total cash is the 2,110,000 we've talked about. And again, the bulk of it is sitting in federal aid roads, county roads, and highway. Below that number, the 2,110,000, that is the money that is you are strictly custodians of. And then starting on page 36, you see the prepaid tax amount. Again, that's what Cindy talked about, got a portion, technically January 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. And then the other amounts are you keep for the schools and the county and the cities. And again, at the end of the year, it's $1.3 million, so the checkbook balance. So you ask Connie, how much money do we have in the county checkbook balance / money market account / CDs? It was $3.4 million. $1.3 million of it was not yours to spend. The $2.1 million was yours to spend within the confines of the funds that had to spend. So,
Well, not quite true, because we do, the budgets are done, the budgets are done in October, so that money actually was spent and allocaed towards
so it's allocated, not spent.
the 2014 budget.
Right, but it's not spent, it's allocated. You're right.
Yeah.
And that's a part where, always the problem, anytime you have any kind of financial numbers, is you say, is it right today? Yep. How about tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's gonna be a little different.
Right.
Give me a number. We go every year, every number, every day. Technically, the number's different.
Yeah.
Well, we got more money in for state aid than you thought, so how are we doing? Well, now the 27 might become 30. Oh, we got a couple more grants from the, whatever.
Yeah.
So, as of that day, in that fund, it had it. Whether it was totally open or not, you can't say that. I mean, you could ask, there are different terms. There's assigned, unassigned, there's restricted, there's dedicated. And you could say we are dedicating, if you want to try to get that number to show up on this report. So if you look at, I'm gonna go to, if you look at page 24, what your number you're talking about is committed, technically.
Committed, yep.
You're saying we have committed that money, so you could show that as a committed fund balance as opposed to unrestricted, unassigned. If you wanted to do that, you're more than welcome to do that. Because as a county, we make a motion to commit $250,000 of the $275 for the 2014 budget. And then that way, when people say, how much money you got? You go, the only number we can talk about is unassigned. That unassigned says we don't know, we haven't said we're going to spend it yet.
Well,
So
that's really the only true number.
that's the only true number, but it has to be based on a formal action, which means they use like a motion and say, we're
Yeah,
going to
but
make a.
truthfully, none of your numbers are true numbers anyway. It depends on whether you get the
That's
money
right.
in for the next year.
Everybody can take a shot at every
Yeah.
number and say, this is wrong.
Right, but I think that committed number, I think we should arrive at a committed number by taking the total next year's budget amount and
Yeah.
subtracting it from
the ending.
Especially when it's legitimate. When it's not legitimate, and all of a sudden you're showing a $300,000 deficit because you just want to show a $300,000 deficit, then you go, no, that's not right.
No, but once we approve the budgets, once we approve the 2014 budget, that is budgeted money,
Right.
and that should be committed.
Right.
And that should become off of, because we can't uncommit it.
Right. And, well, you could technically commit it. You could change the budget today and you could decommit it.
Sometimes that happens, say if somebody drops a contract, doesn't pay us the money, you have to rearrange.
Or if all of a sudden you say, we're gonna buy a sheriff's vehicle, so we're gonna budget $26,000. If today you say we're not gonna buy a vehicle, technically you've amended the budget, because now that 26, you're not gonna spend for the vehicle, because you guys said not to do it.
Right, but I mean, in that case, in my point of view, that would just get rolled into the following year's budget and offset taxes for that year.
It comes on to it,
Yeah.
but all those flashes come into play, you're right. I mean, technically, the number that Cindy gives you as part of the budget process is, what are we gonna have at the end of the year, so we don't have to raise taxes for? Because in theory, is you do kind of zero-based budget. You say, we're gonna, whatever we got, plus what we're gonna get, is what we're gonna spend. Now, most places don't worry about whether that number's in the hole or not. And they should. But then if you can do a legitimate budget process, those numbers become very critical.
Oh,
But if you're not, and most places unfortunately are not, that I work with, then you say, well, all we gotta do is make sure that we just put a number down to get the tax money. And you go, well, that doesn't make sense. You go, hey, that's the game we play. And you go, all right, well, then play that game, but then don't ask me how you're gonna do it at the end of this year with your budget when your budget's not realistic. You guys have made a commitment to say, this is what we're gonna, when somebody asks you today, what's the general fund gonna have at the end of the year, you're gonna give them a number, right? And if that number's different, you're gonna say, I don't wanna know what. Or the other people go, I wonder what that number's gonna be. Because they won't have a clue. Because they go, that budget's bogus, right?
well, if we, I mean,
No, man, but you guys do a good
if
job.
we have to overinflate it, if we have to take $100 out of grandma's total money for next year because we might want to spend it, why not leave it with grandma until we need it?
Well, what, another way he's trying to say it is, let's say if you tell Bob he has to estimate for a grant, yet he can't spend it, then you have fictitious numbers there.
Oh, I understand that. But
Okay.
the problem that we run into is budget numbers and actual numbers can differ. And we need to deal, I think we need to deal with actual numbers. We need to make this as a business would run where we don't have, the budget is actually becomes part of the financial statement. It rolls in. If the budget wasn't right, you're in trouble. And that isn't this way. The budget can be all screwed up and it doesn't have any bearing on the financial statement.
You're right.
And that's what's so confusing about
But
government.
internally, you could say, I don't care what they say, we're not gonna do it that way. And you could run the county that way. You could say, like you said, in essence, in all reality, John, every month, I would say you amend the budget. Because in your mind, you think what you just spent compared to what you thought you were gonna spend, and you said, okay, am I good or bad now? Am I better or worse?
Well, Cindy gives us a report.
Right, but I'm saying, but in your mind, but seeing that, so like you're saying is, okay, am I going to try to rein in something else now? Because I thought we were gonna get more money than we did, or I thought we were gonna spend less than we did. Because your answer is, once you have those two things happen, you gotta make a decision. And what people decide right now, and government is saying, I'm not gonna decide. I'm just gonna let that baby ride out. So even though right now I thought I was gonna get that grant, and I didn't, I'm still gonna buy it.
Yeah.
You go, well then, how are you gonna pay for it? Because now you agreed to spend, but have no money for it. And if you don't have money in the bank, you're gonna say, well, what's gonna happen? You're gonna say, well, you're gonna see these little brackets on this fund at the end of the year. What's that mean? It means you're broke. Well, that's not good.
I kind of like that idea, but you
But we
do it
can-
monthly.
But what you do, Cindy, you give us a report monthly on the balance for each fund. And if you just divide it by 12, you can see where you're going. If we have $120,000 allocated for that budget, and we're 2 months in, you spend $24,000, we're right on. And, or $20,000.
But also, like he says, if you amend the budget during the year, then you know you amended it and it's in the figures. Like I asked you, because I told you I had to spend an extra, what was it, 900 on a computer for election. So that screws up my election budget that I didn't expect.
Yeah, but you want to amend it you want to amend it to raise it, we want to amend it to make it frugal.
but see, no, because
Don't you? I know.
but how do you come in, then what you say to Cindy is, okay, you increase this line at 900. What line item are you gonna decrease by 900 to keep yourself even? Are you now gonna
See,
say,
that's what he's telling you to do.
are you not
That's-
gonna travel? So all of a sudden there's a meeting in Bismarck that you're gonna say, nope, we're not going to now because
But
we don't.
some you won't be able to do that
No,
with, like
but-
the election one, I have no idea what some of those people are gonna charge me for,
Right.
because paper went up, and I didn't realize that this time.
Yeah,
So that's
no, no.
gonna cost more, we had the resolution, that's gonna cost more. I had to buy a computer for election,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's, and some of the
but-
stuff I used to pay out of my budget's now gonna have to come out of that budget. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Right, but you know, in theory, what you got also is now that you've hired Samantha. So your line item for salaries, in theory, was never right up to this point in time, because you didn't have a number, because you didn't have an employee for a while.
I kinda spent that already.
Yeah, I know, but say, so now you can sit there and say, okay, if there's, you know, if you want to carry this to the extreme, which unfortunately I always love to do, because that's, you know, but you would say, I'm gonna now reduce my salary budget, because I'm not gonna spend that much, and I'm gonna use that to cover my election. And I'm gonna use that to cover this trip to Bismarck that we have to go through or whatever. Or now we're gonna have, you know, maybe some commission expense comes up, maybe in meetings or whatever. What I'm saying is, when you have an expense that's not budgeted, you got three choices. You have new money that came in to pay for it, you got an expense you're not gonna pay for, or you had money that you carried over. Everything else, I mean, anything comes down to one of those three answers. And if you say, we're gonna manage that way, so I want Cindy to tell me, you know, really the only thing that works real well for that is salaries. Salaries is the only line item that should be in essence 1/12 every year, of every month. Because everything else, you know, elections, you're not gonna spend 1/12 on the election. You're gonna spend it all now, and you're gonna, half now, and half you're gonna spend in October, November.
Probably more in the primary than.
Right, but I'm saying, but so I mean, but equipment wise, it's one shot. I mean, if you got a vehicle, there could be one check written off for a vehicle, so you could go 11 months and be at zero and still not be sitting good, or you could be 1 month at 100% and go, but that's good because that's the vehicle we're gonna buy, we bought it in January, now that line item's covered. So I mean,
But
budgeting gets,
It's fictitious, some of it's fictitious anyway, because you have your emergency fund, so we budget the whole
absolutely,
amount for
yeah.
emergency, because we don't know whether or not we're gonna have emergency. So some of it's fictitious anyway, because you have to have a budget to be able to levy, to get it up to your max amount that you
yeah,
have.
and that's like I say, so as, this commission has to decide how you wanna manage. I mean, you know, when you get a bill list, the bill list doesn't tell you if any of that puts any line item over budget. It just tells you got a bill. That's all it tells you.
Right.
And you say, yep, we agree to pay it. Now, you don't say to Cindy, hey, do we have money to pay for that? Do we budget for that? You know, it's never really a routine question you ask. But I mean, in theory is, as a commissioner, you say, okay, Cindy, what I want you to do is, the first time a line item goes over if you pay this bill, I want you to tell us that. Because then I want to be able to say, we're going to talk about that.
And we are today,
Right.
a little later on.
Right, no, what I'm saying, but, right.
That's the very issue we're gonna talk about.
That's right, and that's why, you know, and I, as a budgetaholic, and I confess that is, that's what you should do, because ultimately, you have to say, if I do nothing, I in essence say I'm gonna use reserves. Anytime I let a budget get out of control, I've gotta go to reserves, because that's the only thing I got, unless I've got money that comes in that I have no idea. But this becomes a formal, informal process of how you handle it, so.
I got a dumb question. You were using vehicle as an example. You purchase a capital item, does that all have to come out of the budget for that year?
Yeah, I see, this is the part where, you know, and we'll kind of talk about when we look at comparison. You know, when you use the county loan fund, you know, that's what this county's done a lot because of it, because of that thing, they say, we're gonna use that for those 5 mils to pay for capital equipment in essence.
No, we didn't, we used it for.
No, but I'm saying, but you kinda have, and,
I guess a better example would be buying that social service building. Where
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
that just borderline illegal what was done there.
But, yeah, when you bought that building, you borrowed the money, so in essence, what you did is you created a revenue called bond or debt money for governmental purposes only. So, we show this capital outlay for 70 grand for social service building. And then right underneath it, we show there's no proceed of 70 grand. Problem is, the 70 grand is, it's not really revenue. So for that year,
It was to the seller.
I know. He's one happy dude. He's like, man, this is money in the bank. But so what happens is next year you go, how come social service has this line item called note payment? You go, oh, you think that 70 was free? No. And now you're on the hook for it for those years. So in essence, by the way the county does it, here, and part of it's because the reserves are so low, is you in essence borrow usually for almost every capital item you do.
Well,
And that's a good thing to get out of, and most counties try to, in cities, try to get away from it.
and that's why the counties aren't able to incur any debt over 1 year that can be covered under the general fund without the consent of the people, and that was done strictly legally. Can't do that. It was done, you can't undo it now, but that's one of those things where now that's a budget item that will have to be dealt with every year. It's as if there was a mill levy struck for it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's where you come back to when you talk about like your 2 mills, where you talk about for the admin fee. That's kind of what you're doing, the
Same thing there.
The exact same thing.
That's what I'm just saying, that it smells illegal, because you use the century code to levy 10 mills and you incur the 12 mill cost.
But see, the way you get around that is you're not using 12 mills to pay for it, you're using 10 mills here, then 2 mills over here. Because basically the general fund in essence is on the hook for it.
See, here's the thing. Now, I'll give you you gave me what your philosophy is of what an auditor does.
Yep.
I'll give you mine. Yes, this is the citizens' balance sheet and operating statement.
Yes.
It's not ours. It's the citizens. We
Right.
just happen to be citizens.
Right,
No, we don't prepare it.
right.
So we hire you
Hmm.
to ensure the girls that do the bookwork, that they're doing it correctly,
Yep.
because they deserve somebody to look at their work. It gives them cover,
Right,
and it should give the citizens an assurance that it is being done correctly. That we don't have a rogue auditor or a rogue somebody
right,
that's personally benefiting.
right. Personally benefiting is a good phrase to use. That's right.
So that's why I think you're before us today.
Right.
With that said, that's why we ask you questions of, we're not that familiar with government accounting, but we would like to know when we're done at the end of the day that we're doing this as it should be.
Right.
I personally don't think anybody's personally benefiting, but there are, in my mind, and maybe you can tell me I'm wrong, things being done that weren't done to generally accepted accounting principles.
But, yeah, and you know, when you said it doesn't smell right, it just smells like a high-priced lawyer. That's all it was, to get around that. But in the private sector, if you take an audit like this and then try to change the figures in it, they call it manipulation. That's not definitely exactly the case in a public entity, because it's a given practice where you can manipulate the figures to make them fit the standards of an audit, where in the private sector you can't do that.
Yeah,
Because you're governed, because of the governing factor is you have to answer to the taxing authority, so you can't bend those things around in order to fit parameters, where here we can.
But in the private sector, in many cases, you have to answer to the law.
Right.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. You can't manipulate it. That's what I'm saying. We are manipulating it here, or given the choice.
You have actually, I think, a
I
lot
don't-
more laws with government than you do with the public.
You can't change figures in a private audit. You can't go change figures here. You can, and it is because there's nobody to answer to other than ourselves.
well, I think one thing to look at, and this is where,
I don't like it. I don't like that way. I think it should be done as a private audit, where the numbers are the numbers, and whoever.
That is the way it is.
No, there's nobody else. You would not come up with different numbers, but if you hired 5 different people, you'd come back,
No.
you wouldn't get 5 reports.
No, but just the fact that we can reclassify how assets were allocated or how expenses were allocated changes the outcome of the audit. And you're going to give us a choice to change those numbers, and that will change the outcome of this audit. And I don't think that wouldn't happen in the private sector. Because you're gonna give us some options here. You can change this, you can do this and that, then this will be the outcome. Or if you leave it this way, this will be the outcome. That's not an audit to me. That's manipulation of the books in order to fit a parameter. And that's not what I'm used to. Maybe government's done that way.
But I
I'm
think
not used
what
to it
he's
that
talking
way.
about is changing the budget. You're not gonna change where the money is actually spent.
Well, no, but if it changes one item on the financial statement, it did. And it will.
Now, if you get, to kind of put things in perspective,
Yeah.
if you look at a private business, and I'll give you an example, my brother used to be a manager for Harvest States Grain Elevator. Okay. And they prepared financial statements, and he would get a statement that said, here's what your elevator made or lost.
Yep.
Okay? And he'd be making money all year up to the bonus time, and all of a sudden his administrative fee would come to him, no bonus. Now, did he actually lose money? And so the fact of manipulation is, if you want to use that term, there's manipulation in every report, because I can say an expense relates to this or that. I can say it's a capital or an operating expense. And then I can, by doing that, I make myself look good or bad. And I can say, Troy, don't worry about me. I don't have a dime in the bank, but man, I got some assets. So borrow me against my assets and I'm doing good. So the fact of the matter is, when you look at, especially if you look at any multinational corporation, they are doing exactly what you are doing on that scale. As they're saying is, the General Motors U.S. operation made or lost money, but the European made or lost money. You're going, how did you come up with that number? They said, I took this expense and I felt it was more reasonable over here than over here.
Oh,
And that's the same thing you look at someone with this fund, you're saying is, especially this county. You guys have, because the general fund itself has never been healthy, really healthy.
No.
You have to take and you have to split a bunch of sheriff's costs into regional correction. And you have to start splitting all these salaries up, all these budgets, because you don't have money. And so because of that, I could tell you that if you said, and going back to your point, has anybody gone rogue? No. But you could say, how come we put this money here? And I'll say, that's because that's about the only place that you got money in the county's coffers to pay for. And when you talk about like the highway fund, saying, yeah, I've seen counties that will charge the highway fund administrative costs for doing it. That's how I'll get the money out of the highway fund, and I'll put it in the general fund.
Yeah.
Now, is that wrong? Is that manipulation?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And so you sit there and say, how are we doing? And that's why when I look at that stuff, I go, perspective.
Let me clarify then. The difference, and you made note of it, that all of a sudden there was an administrative fund that came through and they didn't make any money. That was all done before the close of the books for that year. That's why then it's not manipulation, that's part of business for that year. The books are closed for 2013 and now we're applying those principles. That's the difference I see. And no way in the world would that be allowed in the private industry. When the books close for that year, there's no more adjusting that.
No, actually, there is.
Well,
Again, unfortunately, tax laws and other stuff.
Anyway,
No.
that's
But what
maybe these books never close. I don't know. I don't know exactly how that all transpires. But if they don't close, then what are we held to as far as an accounting system?
No,
They closed because
you closed them. That's what I'm saying. Technically,
you have to draw a line in the sand and start over.
there is nothing, I didn't add or subtract anything in your bottom line.
Nope.
It might be in a line A, but it was a line B, but it was not, I added line A that Cindy never had before.
Right.
So, from that perspective, now what you're looking at saying is, if I've got money in these different funds, and that's what we talked about, the last meeting was, insurance had money, and county loan had money, and you said, should we use that money to pay for these offices?
Yeah.
And a motion was made by the prior board to do that.
Yeah.
Now, that is not, when December 31st comes, you do not have no more ability to look back at last year. January comes, and actually, matter of fact, you already did because you amended the budget in January. So technically, the books were closed, but you agreed to do some stuff to the books. And you agreed to make some transfers in those books.
Mm-hmm.
So That fact of the matter is, you know, the big picture didn't change. Now, if you're on an accrual basis, it would change substantially, possibly, if you got a bill in January that related to something in December. So if you had to fix something in this courthouse, so if you had to repair the boiler, and you spent $100,000 in December, on a cash basis, you pay for it in January, you don't go back and say, I gotta fix my December books, because that's a December bill. If you said I want it on an accrual basis, then you say, I gotta show that $100,000 as an expense in December, even though it's after the year end, it's still an expense. Or if somebody finally paid me, which I didn't think was gonna come, I got to set up a receivable for that.
We adjusted the 2014 budget, not the 13.
Right, no.
So we were looking forward to what you were supposed to.
The point you're making, I know what what you're saying, I understand, John. What I'm saying is, when you say that when January 1 comes on a cash basis,
And that's what we're on.
the big picture doesn't change.
That's what we're on. We're on a cash
And
basis.
the big picture didn't change. So every option I'm talking about isn't to take money in and move it over. It's to move it up or down, not out,
Yeah.
not in or out.
Yeah, but you'll agree the only way in order to have an audit that means anything is to draw that line in the sand, because you can't have a moving target. So you have to draw the line in the sand. Here's where we cut it off. We're going to audit it to this date.
And it is audited.
And, yeah, okay, and what happened, and that's how it is. And then from there, that gives us a point to move forward. And unless we do that, if we keep moving these targets, we'll never arrive at a true accounting of where we stand financially. We have to set target dates, and by statute, they are the end of each year, and we have to stick to them. And I personally, I don't believe we should be moving money backwards, sideways, or up and down. I think we should adopt a budget and a financial position where once the money is spent prudently, and once it's spent, it stays there, so that we can compare what we've done in prior years to what we're doing in years going forward.
I totally agree with that, but
Okay.
if you have things that change that are not traditional or recurring,
Mm-hmm.
at what point in time do you say you have to make a decision? And see, that's what we're probably running into. I mean, if you look at it from Cindy's perspective, if December 31st comes and she's looking at a couple funds and going, rats, this
Yep.
isn't gonna look good. You guys want a special meeting, or do you do it in January? And if you make a decision in January, it's not blowing up the actual numbers and making them look, none of these numbers are saying, you can't look that way because it makes you look bad. My point is, I'm saying is, what is your actual intention? And has it been met with the entries made through December 31st?
Mm-hmm.
And if it hasn't been met, for whatever reason, then you say is, we need to make sure that we know where we're at. So if we're gonna show that, and I'm gonna get the one example I use for the building authority, that interest payment you made for $25,000, that is on the lease. Now, was it covered by the 10 mils, even though it wasn't levied, or was it not? No, I'm saying the theory is, that is part of the lease expense. The fact that you don't have money to pay for it doesn't mean you don't charge that fund. And that's why when I talk about these options is, the fact of the matter is, what was your intention when you wrote that check? Because you're going, now that you say it that way, that needs to be a cost of that fund, because that was what the fund was set up for, and eventually we'll get enough tax money in to cover it. But it's going to be in the hole as of December 31st, 2013, because that's the way the system was, and that's the true picture of that fund as of that date. Right now, that's in the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
So if you said, I want my money back, they go, no, you don't have any money coming back because you don't have a deficit in that fund.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing could be said for the Social Security fund. When it was in a hole, he's saying is, I don't want to transfer money, I want to raise my taxes next year. Both situations I've seen where other government entities handle it either way. And my point to you isn't do it this way. My point to you is which way you want to do it. Because your intention of how you spend money should be reflected. It should not be, the check is written there, because if that was the case, there'd be no money in the general fund for the building because it was never there to start with. but then you moved it into the general fund. I had no problem with you guys doing that per se. Wasn't like you can't do that, but it was done. Now, you can say it was done before year end, but I'm saying also it was done.
Which money are you talking about?
All the costs related to the courthouse. You know, it used to be its own fund, and then you moved it to the general fund last year.
It was always in, it was within
No.
a fund within the general fund.
No, it wasn't. It was actually its own fund.
It went back, okay, it was in the general, then it was set up in their own funds, and it was put back in the
Yeah,
general.
so I mean, it wasn't always in the general fund?
No, but it came out, it originated from the general fund.
No, but I'm just saying is,
Well, it was.
both those answers, yeah, but both those answers are still okay. And the fact of the matter is, having that cost in the general fund isn't illegal or wrong or rogue or whatever manipulation. But by the same token is, by putting its own fund isn't wrong, illegal, or rogue or manipulating it
You
either.
see, we didn't do any of that. We thought it should stay, we put it back where
No,
it
and
came,
that-
we put it
that's
back
why-
where it came from. Or as much of
why
it as we could. It originally, you know, it was scraped together from all over the general fund to form the courthouse fund.
Yeah. Well, and the general fund is also insurance.
After the fact, after the 2013 budget. That wasn't a budgeted fund at the start of
It
2013.
wasn't a budget fund, right?
Right, it was created halfway through the year from funds scraped together through the general fund. We just put it back into the general fund from whence it came, basically.
Well, but technically, money went into the general fund from other funds. Insurance money went in, loan money went in, emergency money went into the general fund.
Yeah.
So technically, it went into that. And that's what I'm saying is, when you look at,
Well, we can't change that. That wasn't, you talked about intention. We weren't even around. What was their intention? I don't know. I'm not gonna second guess their intention.
no, and
Yeah.
that's the part where, again, but as a commission, because you have to wrestle with the beast that's in front of you, you have to say, okay, how does what we're gonna have to do fit with that? Because it's got to fit with that somehow. So whatever you do from that point on with the building has to make sure it still meets what that first action was with the building.
But doesn't it fit right now? Isn't it in the?
I'm just saying, whatever you decide to do.
No, but isn't it in the most manageable, straightforward position it can be in right now?
One problem you're gonna have, and we're gonna go back to the whole EOC grant. The EOC grant comes in, it's gonna go to the general fund.
Yep.
Now, it's gonna throw off some numbers, there all of a sudden, nothing budgeted for the EOC grant in the general fund right now, right?
Well, no, but I think the cure for that,
No, but I'm just saying,
is to go then amend the 2014 budget
But-
to show the EOC grant coming in, to show the EOC grant at whatever value it comes in, and that will balance that.
but see, when you look at, and that's the only points I make when I raise that is, if you've got a net cost in the general fund, so, again, we're talking about the whole issue about what's the general fund balance. Well, if the EOC grant comes in, and, because we've already paid bills, right? You've already paid bills in the general fund, right? Correct? Yeah, no, you were checking out the construction engineers out of the general fund, $700,000 worth of expense.
That was last year.
Last year, that was last year, you were like, there's, so in theory is, when the EOC money comes in, it's supposed to pay that money for checks you wrote last year.
If you can show me the documentation on that, I'll be happy with it, but that's not you can't assume that money that was misspent is gonna be covered by money that
No,
was
no,
allocated after that fact.
What I'm
That's not-
saying is, if people say the general fund balance is higher, because right now you have net cost of the building in there that will be reimbursed. And see, this is a side discussion people have when they say, what is the fund balance of the general fund? If you say it's 275, I can say, heck, it could be even higher, because if the EOC grant money comes, it's going to the general fund for bills already paid.
No, you're assuming that the EOC grant was included in the budget for 2014 as a revenue, and it's not.
No, what I'm saying is, if it comes in, you're going to amend the budget.
There's no way, no, come on now. You can't have it both ways. It was never included as a revenue source, so it's not going to show up in the general fund. If it would have been done correctly, you're absolutely right. If it would have been shown as a revenue fund coming into the general, as a revenue account coming into the general fund, then you're right. It was never done that way. It doesn't even show up. It's not in the 2014 budget. As far as Griggs County budget is concerned, that EOC grant is not included anywhere. Anywhere. Right. You're right. If it does come, we will have to amend the 2014 budget to show it as a revenue item, and then it will all be spent out, so it will equalize, so there won't be any balance there.
It's already been spent though.
No, that was not spent. That was money spent at the discretion of the previous county commissioners on a building. That was not assigned money, that was excess money in the general fund that was spent.
What I'm saying is, if 800,000 comes in, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say half of it will be in the safe. That does not mean you have to write checks out for 500,000 for that 500 that came in. Some of that money's already been, that they're gonna reimburse you for a cost. It would be reimbursed for cost that you spent in 2013 that's in the general fund.
No, the project won't get the project will not get finished without the total dollars of that EOC grant coming into the county and going right back out to cover the bills. The money that was spent in 2013, and if you want to use 700,000, that's fine. That is in excess. That is in excess of the project cost of this building here. This project cost of this building were $3.5 million, and if we get the grant in plus the money that's spent, the 2.2, that will cover it. That $700,000 was dumped in there without any indication it was even being spent. That was just dumped in.
Right, but John, what he's saying is it's a reimbursable grant. So the fact that the money was spent from the county, those dollars may get reimbursed.
Yeah, but
If they're
it'll go
eligible.
right back out again because we have to finish the building.
I know that.
Right, so there's not gonna be an account balance on it.
The account balance, the general fund balance for 2014 won't go up because we're gonna have to spend the grant.
In theory, you're short because you never funded the operation, so you're gonna.
Yeah, what he's saying is you're gonna have to amend it, both revenue side and.
If it comes, right.
If it comes in.
But even if you get the whole EOC grant, you're still short what the county has to pay.
Connie.
So that's what you're using.
Just as, apart from that, if the EOC money comes in and goes into the general fund, won't they consider that commingling of funds?
Yes.
If it doesn't go into the EOC, its own separate? So we should go back to using those other
I don't know what the
account
answer.
numbers outside, because we have now an account outside of the general fund that's called EOC grant.
Well, the commingling in the funds doesn't have anything to do with my interpretation of whether or not it comes in and goes in a separate account in the county. The commingling of the funds is basically the fact that we have a private in the county and a public entity. And if you look at the denial of that $73,000 that construction engineer, or excuse me, that architects were paid and then building authority paid it and the county reimbursed them, and they denied that because they called it supplanting of funds.
But this is a different question. We need to find out from DES what their perception of commingling is. If that is going to be it going into our general funds, then we can't do that. I mean, we have to put it in a separate fund.
I think when they talk about commingling, it's a commingling between a private and a public entity.
No,
That's what
actually-
they're talking about.
No, actually, there's two types of commingling.
Mhm.
Okay, the biggest one is probably you talking about, is they don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
But the second thing is they're saying, we want to see where our money was spent for our stuff.
Mhm.
Now, if you have multiple sources of revenue, and let's take the building authority, okay, so we don't get tied on it. If you'd have had a yes vote on the bond, okay? You'd have two funds. You'd have a bond fund that builds the non-EOC portion of the cost.
Yep.
And then you'd have this other fund called EOC. So the cost of the EOC would be split into two funds. If they said, if you put the EOC grant with the bond money, we consider that commingling. That's their definition. It's not like it's logical. And I know you, well, I have to chastise you, John, for thinking logical with governmental accounting. I cannot do that. Get that logic brain out of it. So they're worried about how do we know our money was spent on our stuff?
Yep.
And the word commingling is what they use as their baseline. And their answer is, you keep track of our money separate, and we're happy. Now, some people go to the extreme of, like USDA makes a city set up its own checking account for its project. Even though they can show its own fund and manage it, they're that anal to saying, you're not gonna mess with our stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna write a check out, and if you have to write two checks out to that vendor, that contractor, so if it's an industrial builder, whoever, you're gonna write out 2 checks. You're gonna write one of our checks, and you're gonna write one of your checks. And that's how they say, no, these are not commingled. You go, are you serious? You tell me you guys can't figure this out? They go, no, we can't. So the commingling, that's what Connie's talking about. They're saying is, we want to see our expense put in our fund, and that's it.
And that'll be easy to do once they tell us the money's coming. It's just a matter of 5 minutes
Well-
creating the fund for work and where to put it.
But that's why when I talk about these options, then the one sheet I handed out, and you're saying it's a manipulation, I understand from your perspective how it's unpleasant. And I totally agree it's not pleasant. None of this has been pleasant. I mean, from the time they turned the first spade of dirt, there hasn't been a pleasant issue with it. And I totally agree with it. My answer is you say, okay, if they're gonna throw that up as a roadblock and say, well, you almost had it. Oh, you were so close, but no, you did it wrong this way, so we're gonna take it out. And that's kind of what they're doing right now. They're kind of saying, you know, that whole supplanting, this deal about timing, they're going through all these issues, and, you know, you could argue about application-wise as opposed to approval-wise, and you go, you know, we can play these games, but in reality, you get this huge bill called construction engineers and this huge bill called craft architects.
Yep.
And in all reality, 99% of that bill will be covered by those 2 things, so all these other things on the side are just peripheral. And you go, yeah, they didn't like this bill, and they didn't like that bill, but in reality is the cost of the building itself, core cost of building it and doing the architecture work for it, it's going to get you the grant.
Okay, so
and use the in or out based on whether they accept that. Now the question is, they're going to say, is, okay, we've got 2 pieces of this building, and right now, not only do I not see its own fund because it's in the general fund, so I have no idea. I got to go line item through line item. I'm not liking this, and I'm going to just throw it out. He said, okay. Regional inspector is going, hey, whatever that fund doesn't have, whatever this building costs, is going to come out of the general fund. So why not just put the bill in the first place? Just like, you know, no manipulation, that's honesty. And you go, but the problem is, they go, for our grant purposes, we don't want to see it there. We want to be able to see this thing called EOC building fund. And in that fund is going to be $1.3 million of expenses. And there's going to be $988,000 as grant revenue, and there's going to be a transfer in of $329,000. That's what they want to see.
Okay, using your scenario, that's good, you got to that point. All right, so we get the grant funds, and under your scenario, we've already paid about $1 million in, with the $300,000 that would be transferred in that came back from the building authority, and the $700,000 that was paid out of the county general fund prior to.
Well, actually, the 290 became a wash.
Okay, so so that's just $700,000. Okay, so the $1 million of grant funds come in. It's got to go right back out again. So now we're going to have to show that account because we have to finish the building. There's still $700,000 owed there, plus the $700 that was spent. So now we're going to have to show that fund at $1.7 million rather than the $700,000.
No, because part of the 7 and the 7 gets split.
It doesn't matter. It's got to be paid. There's still that $1 million to be paid.
No, the first 7 spent, and that's why if you look at option 3, okay, in that building cost, of the 700 spent, 25 was technically the lease, 289 related to the building, 480 related to the EOC center. Okay, so the 700. So when you keep it at 700, then the 700 you're going to spend now, again, proportionally speaking, is not all EOC money, and that's why you got the $3.5 million. And you got 1.3 here and 2.2 here, right?
And the 700,000.
No, the 700 is part of this already been. That's why I'm saying there's money coming back because you guys have already written checks out for the EOC building. So wherever that money's at, that's why if you look at option 3, the EOC center right now at the end of the year is in the hole because it has no money. So if they agreed to pay what you had paid as of December 13th, you would get a check from the DES for $480,000. It would come in, it would go to the EOC fund, and that fund would be at 0, which it should be, because it's always at 0, because it's not a profitable thing, it's a break even.
Okay, here, an easier way to put it. $700,000 has been paid so far out of the county.
Right.
We can agree on that.
Yes.
Okay.
For both pipes. Both pieces.
700,000, okay. 1,300,000 is the grants portion of this. That's $2 million, 700 plus the 1.3.
Good.
The bond portion of this was $2.2 million.
Yep.
It's 4.2.
No, it wasn't.
Well, it has
Yes, it is.
Wait a minute. Go start with.
All right, $700,000 that's been paid that wasn't part of the project.
No, it's part of the project. No, it's part of the project.
Listen, it's okay, it's been paid, let's say it's part of the project. It's been paid, $700,000.
Mhm.
1.3 is gonna be part of the project when it comes in.
Then you take the 700,000 from 1.3.
No, listen now. So the 1.3 comes in, well, because if it comes in, it's going back out to get paid for the project.
You're showing you're paying it.
No.
No.
We don't pay 1.3 back.
980,000.
Okay, well then use the 900. It doesn't matter. We're in excess. The money that you're talking here is in excess of the project cost. There's no other way around it. 2.2 million. Okay. 2.2 million. $2.2 million
Is
is.
building fund.
Yep. 2.2.
It depends on how much is left to pay.
Well, it's going to go. No, it's going to go to the guaranteed maximum. We're already over that, so we know what it's going to pay. It's going to go to the 3.5 some $million.
And keep in mind the building authority's already written checks out in 2013 also.
$2.2 million. $1 million coming back, and 700,000 if you want to do it that way.
So you can't, the 700 is part of this 3.2. You can't put it in there twice. You're doubling up on it.
It doesn't sound like it to me. But,
No, keep in mind
So
is,
you're saying that when that money comes back from the money comes back from the grant fund, that it's going to get to sit here in the county, it's not going to have to be spent again?
no, you already spent part of it and you're going to already spend more because,
All of it. All
You're
of
gonna-
it, right, Connie?
I think so.
right.
Okay, so there.
We're going over.
There we go. So all of it, so if we spend all of it, then we're going to be up at $3.9 million for this thing.
No.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay, if you owe 3.5 million, do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. You spent 700,000, do you agree?
Yes.
So you're down to 2.8 million you're gonna have to spend this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
2.2 million of it's gonna come from the building authority, do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
That leaves 600,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
600 plus the 700 is $1.3 million. So you will spend $600,000 this year of county money, 988 will come in, you will have a surplus technically of 388.
Talk to Connie. There's already bills over in excess of, we're gonna spend every dime of that grant that comes in here.
Yeah, because the project is going longer. If everything had gone, that would be about right. Well, we go over because we're having to build up new walls and stuff because of moving social.
So you're saying the $3.5 million number is no longer relevant, it's gonna be higher than that.
Yeah.
That's what I've just been trying
But
to
see,
tell
no,
you.
but see, you're using the 700 as part of that discussion, I'm saying is,
Because it was spent outside the project. The $700,000 was never.
no, that's part of the project. No, that was
It's part of the project.
That was part
How
of
in the world do you figure it's part of the project when the project
it.
is?
It was paid to construction engineers and craft architects, that's who got the money.
It never came out of the bond.
Yeah, it did.
Bond fund.
Bond refunded us that money.
Refunded.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. 2.2 plus 1.3 plus 700,000 is what's going to be spent on this cash money. That's what's going to be spent on it.
No.
Or has been. Yes, it will. We will not have it.
700 is included in the 2.2.
Then you're saying that when the grant comes back, we'll have $700,000 to play with? Absolutely not.
No, it has to be paid, so we,
You pay it back. to
but
the-
technically a grant, you have to spend the money before you get it
I-
back, so when you get the money back,
But we're going to spend
Yeah,
it
it's
again.
spend.
We're going to spend it again.
you know.
No, you're not gonna spend it again, you're just gonna get reimbursed, and that's why, you know.
We wrote a check for $700,000, gone. Okay, the check for $700,000 is gone. The check for $2.2 million is gone.
Not gone as of December 31st.
Okay. It's going to be gone in this project. The 2.
But we still owe them money over there.
Listen now, the building authority is going to spend the 2.2 million.
They already basically have, right?
No,
Not quite, but I need to bring it
Close,
up.
close.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just assume they're going to
How
spend.
much of that $700,000 was reimbursed by the building authority?
Everything but 290,000.
So 400,000,
What do you owe construction engineers right now?
550,000, I think.
That's what I said. So, you write a check out for 550,000, and they owe craft, no, whatever craft charges is gonna be above that. So the 600,000, if you paid them now, you'd be even, right?
No. We're gonna owe $3.5 million in this project.
Yeah, but what do you owe right now? And if you actually legitimately settle it.
We don't know that. We're gonna owe $3.5 million. We had the money, the funds, the 1.3 and the 2.2 to cover the 3.5. We spent another $700,000 over here in excess.
No, you didn't, but 700 was not in excess. It wasn't.
Watch what happens. We will not have a dime left.
No, you're not gonna die left.
So when that grant comes in, when we get our $3.5 million in from the grant and the bond, that's spent plus another $700,000 out of the checking account in 2013.
No, not both.
The building authority out of that 700,000 reimbursed us 409,000.
It doesn't matter, we don't have it, it's still gone. It's still got filtered away into this project, and that's the point all along that Ron and I were making the point of when we're trying to get the true costs on this thing. And there was a bunch of money that was spent prior, and it was architectural fees, it was drawing fees that weren't associated with craft or any of the other.
Right, because the burns come in and
All those other fees that weren't associated with the project, that's where this $700,000 come in.
Wasn't that the 700,000, the bulk of it was written out to craft and to
Construction
engineers.
We're still going to spend that plus the 2.2 plus the 1.3.
But that, you're talking something that happened before the budget even came into effect.
Yeah.
But yes, they are using that to get money back on the grant.
If you talk about the total cost, I agree it's gonna be more than 3.5 million. I agree with that.
It already has.
And it's already
If you're including
But-
those previous costs.
Well, I mean,
it's still part of the project. Right, no, and I'm saying, well, it could be it might be 3.7.
no, it'll be 4.2.
No, it won't be 4. Now, when you look at the total cost,
Well,
because you are including construction engineer bill in here and in here. And it's both, you can't have it in both places. You're only gonna pay them guys so much. If you had an open-ended contract, I can see what you say, you know what, we're gonna have to pay a ton more because of the change orders, da, 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 da. But they said they guaranteed you a $3.5 million contract, which, is that what I understand?
2.9.
Or whatever number
but
it is.
3.5 wasn't the total cost of this project. That was all that was revealed. The total cost of this project was all hidden within these other costs that were paid out of the county, out of the general fund,
But
over and above for the cost of this project. That's the
it's not
total
gonna be
cost.
700,000.
Well, when we always contended, and I think it'll prove out, that the cost of this thing was $4.2 million. And that was for a long time. I'll show you where we did the figures on it. And I think your numbers prove that now. I've contended that for a year, and so has Ron, and watch what happens. We'll go in and we'll add up. You've already told us the 700,000 has been spent, and the rest of this will be spent towards this project, and it will be 4.2.
No, see, you're including that same 700 twice. And the 700 wasn't spent before, it was spent during the project.
It was spent in support of the project. How about that? It wasn't. I can't include in the 3.5. It was spent over and above the
It wasn't
3.5.
spent more than that. Because craft architect's bill and construction engineering bill is what you need to get to the 3.5.
Well, like an example might be the tree removal. I mean, that's part of that
So, that's what I
700,000.
said. I think you might be, I'm thinking it'd be a couple 100,000 over.
Okay, at least.
Oh, yeah, at least.
At least.
Right, and if you look at, and again, when you include some costs that didn't result in anything, all the planning stuff.
That's what I'm talking
And
about.
if you throw in, then you start talking about how you had to spend money for those trailers for a couple of years. and that-
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, man, now if you include that, John, you're right.
That's what
gonna
I'm
be
including. That's what I'm
Okay, but I'm
including.
saying is, if you say, what did it cost to build this building? It's not gonna be 4.2 million.
From the time this ill-conceived
Okay,
idea
there.
was put forward
All right, then, I won't get that one.
4 years ago, we've always contended that when it was done, including the cost of craft architects, it was going to be 4.2, and your numbers back that up.
Oh.
The 700,000
The
plus
number
the
you
2.2 plus the 1.3 equals exactly the number that Ron and I have been talking about for a
The
year.
number you're talking about, see, that's what people argue about, well, the cost of this has nothing to do with that. And I'm going, hey, you know what? From your perspective, if you say from day one of the mold issue, then, yeah, you'll be close to that
And then if you want to add
But
the
the cost of the
25,
building itself is gonna be
if
3.7
you want to add the
million.
$25,000 a year in the trustee fees for 20 years, that's another cost of that. So that's $4.7 million.
Plus
500,000.
Yeah, 4.7 million. And we said that, that's all been laid out. For all I'm saying, making a point is what's been said before is being proved out in this audit, that this project was put forward as a farce. It wasn't, the true cost of this thing was never put forward, and that's the reason we're all sitting here. And your numbers prove that out.
And the thing with the word true cost, being an accountant, I love numbers, but when I see people who say, well, you gotta include this or that, and then they get more of an argument about that rather than what it costs to do something. So, no, but if you say total cost from day one, and you throw everything in, I'm not gonna argue your numbers at all. But if you say this building, cost of this building is gonna be 4.2, then I'm saying you're wrong.
Well, the total cost from day one or part
Okay,
of the new courthouse.
that's where we're different, because
Anyway, it don't
If you
matter.
agree with that, they would have,
It don't matter.
yeah.
so,
It ain't done. We'll know at some point what it costs. Let's talk about what we came here to talk about.
Yep.
okay. So, but I mean, your choice is, if you look at those option page, you can decide what you want to do, and again, that doesn't make any difference to me, that's what I made the point when I started was, you want to include in the general fund, it's a single line, a single page.
Maybe we should take a break and then have you go through the four options.
I got it right here.
Oh, yeah, so you can flip.
Yeah, I make a motion to take a break.
I second the motion.
We moved and seconded that we take a 10-minute break. Aye. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I can only take some. I got it. The 409,000 went back into the general fund to fund the county budgets.
But yeah, but part of that, when you're talking about the expense, they would have spent it anyway for renting those trailers until the problem was fixed.
Mold was never a problem.
Well,
No, again, whatever baseline you start from for a cost, that's where it goes from. And if you think,
Well, mold wasn't a problem.
I know.
In this courthouse, and there's no reason to build a new one because of mold. Never was.
thankfully, I don't have to deal with building this, I'm glad about that, because those discussions, man, I could not argue either way, because I'd have to rely on some architect or whoever would say,
Rely on the mold report.
no, but I say
There was
that's,
no mold.
I can make decisions.
and those things, thankfully I can avoid. But you're right, that they're absolute items for discussion of, was this cost necessary? And you have to either go from the premise it was or it wasn't.
Yeah, another question, actually, for you. You said there's two entities involved here.
Yeah, legal entities.
The bond issue doesn't cover the county facilities, does it?
What do you mean,
The
cover
bond
the-
issue covers court facilities.
No, the bond issue,
Covers only the court, not the county offices. It doesn't cover the county offices.
So you have
These are
three
kind of-
entities. You have three entities. You have county offices, the county agent's office, the rest of the offices. You have the EOC, and you have the portion that the bond issue is paying for, which is the section of the Century Code that it provides it's going to pay for. Courtroom, court facilities. When they took that out of the legislative,
I know what you're talking about, it, 5750.
yeah, it wasn't designed to pay for anything other than court facilities.
Here, how long is it left? How long you left?
I don't know what not.
Can you have a meeting out front here?
So there's,
Again, I thought it was done an hour ago, Bob, so I don't know.
as far as accounting, there's three entities that I see.
Well, see, the one thing you look at, and when you've got,
They're using the county money twice. They're using it for the EOC money, fronting up the EOC money for the grant money, plus they're using it for their buildings. So They're using that money
For
towards,
non-judicial offices.
yeah, but they've also used it as a share,
But it's not
county
only,
share of that EOC grant.
I waited till 2:30.
it's not only judicial offices, it's also like the sheriff's department. So technically, if you look at it,
The EOC is the sheriff.
yeah,
That's the grant.
technically, part of the bill is being paid for twice as part is not being paid for at all.
That's right.
In
That's
theory.
three entities.
But, well, the county unit itself is kind of strategy.
That's an entity all by itself.
Well, I'm just
It's not-
telling you, is this
It's
is
not covered by the
a,
law. It's not covered by the EOC. Those offices have to be paid for by taxpayers. That's a third entity.
well, technically, the bond is a county, so that's only two entities.
Well, the lease is anyhow.
Right. But see, in theory this is just because of the hybrid, they've never addressed, in theory, all the issues you raise. And they're valid, you raising valid issues, and their answer is, I don't have an answer. So when you say, how's this being covered, they'll just say, just accept that it's being covered. That's what they'll tell you. Now, I don't agree with that, but that's what they're saying. And all the different things
But
that
that puts the county commission in a bad position.
What, you talking about 57, 15, 59?
right.
We're out of compliance with 57, 15, 59. The way it sits, we're gonna be a little more out of compliance when we move social services in there, but it don't matter. Out of compliance is out of compliance, and there's no penalty for being out of compliance. What are they gonna do?
I don't know, see, that's just it. I mean, I don't know what exactly what you just said. I don't know what the ramifications would be.
As long as we're out of compliance, we might as well try to do the right thing.
A bulldozer?
Problem with that is we'd still have to pay for the lease.
I'd be happy paying for that lease if it was bulldozed.
We're taking a strong stand there, sir.
I don't like things shoved down my throat.
I agree with that. I don't either. I totally agree.
But we'd still need to do something with this building. We're gonna have to do something with this building no matter what happens. Problem is,
You're obligated.
the covenants of the lease, if we have to keep this building and maintain it forever, there's no value to the grant. Because at some point in time, this will cost more than the grant's benefit. I don't know how long that, I mean, it depends on how you,
Wouldn't that be a part of the cost though?
Maintain-
I mean, when you're talking about total cost, maintaining this building ought to be charged.
That was
In
written-
my bookkeeping,
it was written
that
in
should
the
also
agreement on
be
this
charged
thing.
against the building.
So
Yeah.
maintaining.
Because of that, you
part
still
of the
gotta take
cost
care of
this
this.
one.
Well, that's what I say, but
You
that's
could-
part of the building cost.
you could make that argument.
Yeah, so if you, when John and Ron come with your number, you throw that number in there. And it could be
Well-
closer to 5 million over 20 years.
Well, and even if you said, okay, at the end of the day, the project cost 4.2 million, and you didn't have to keep this building, it's still gonna be 5 million, because it's gonna cost you the next $800,000 to get rid of this building, fill the hole, and
Can't
make
get
it,
rid of it.
and
Why
build.
don't you get rid of it?
Huh?
We better
Why
wait
don't
till.
you get rid of it?
Well, if you could, if you could,
meeting.
that's all he meant.
No, I'm saying the cost is going
The cost of maintaining this will strip the value of the grant eventually.
Yeah, and
It's
that's,
almost time.
yeah, the honest discussion was, is it worth tracing any, was it worth chasing?
Yeah.
And that, you know, when you know, if you get $3.5 million, $3.5 million.
Let's call the meeting back to order. We're having discussion. It's 3:05.
Okay, so if you look at that option page, and again, this is your choice, and I think within reason of moving things into funds, John, I don't think it's manipulation, but I know I understand where you're coming from. Option 1 says we're gonna short the general fund, and then when Connie made her point, when she talked about it is, does that violate,
Well,
not direct,
when you say throw everything, what do you mean by everything?
anything that relates to the building, right now is in the general fund.
Just
There's no separate fund.
So
use
we,
the courthouse fund that's in the general fund, Ron.
Courthouse
I
department.
mean, this is kind of, as is the option.
Currently, we are doing
Right,
option one,
and
right?
that's an option. That's what, I didn't say, you know, I didn't come out and say you guys can never do this. I mean, this is
Right,
your first
but
option.
just so we all understand,
Yep.
this is as is.
As is.
This one.
And you have backup on where that 539,000 came from?
It's a reimbursement from the building authority fund.
Bank North Dakota.
Right, Bank of North Dakota.
They-
Reimburse you for, you wrote a check out to construction engineers for 400 and some thousand.
I don't,
Building authority wrote you a check.
I never saw a check from the Bank of North Dakota for 539.
No, it's a couple checks. You got reimbursed for a couple of
I
different
remember
things.
one, was there,
You got a check for 49,000.
I don't know, I guess I'd have to add them up, but.
Yeah, you got a check for $49,000 and that was reimbursed you for the bond issuance costs. So you had to pay, you know, the bond, legal person, all the other happy costs. That 50 grand of your cost. I mean, you want to add another cost in, John, the net cost of, you don't even get 2.2 million. You don't even get that. You got, so I mean,
2.1.
yeah, so I mean, you already lost on that, so.
$70,000 was
Yeah.
the initiation fee. of the
Right,
project.
so, but I mean, so what you got reimbursed on was, you got reimbursed.
So,
From the-
anyway, this is all Bank of North Dakota checks written through the Griggs County. And they add up to the 539,000.
No, part of that is the 170 coming from the other funds. So when you transfer money in from the insurance fund and. from
Roofing.
the-
So that's part of, that's part of the
That's
revenue.
part of the 509, so that's.
Revenue in here, okay.
Yeah.
And then the expense, 794,000. How did you come up with
That's
that?
construction engineers, that is, you know, and that's when I gave you detail last time on that.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't remember the county writing a check to construction engineers.
What you did.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
And you have to check out the craft architects, a couple of checks of craft architects. So, I'm saying, see, technically, in reality, you could net those for the books to say that really, if you got reimbursed 100% for the bond cost, there was no cost to the county. So you really shouldn't, you can't show it as a revenue expense, you can show it as nothing happened. Kind of like you do with the school tax money and all those money.
But for what purpose?
Well, to say, in all reality, you didn't make money, you didn't, just like what Ron's talking about, you didn't get money, you actually got reimbursed. So, two choices of handling reimbursements is you show both the revenue and expense, and the next one is you say, show it netted out like nothing happened because it didn't happen. You know, when you keep talking about what did the county spend? It didn't spend 754, there were checks out for that. But it didn't spend it because you got reimbursed at 500,000. Your net cost right now is 255 grand at the end of last year.
At the end of, well, there we go.
At the end of last year, I was
There we
keep
go.
things in perspective. I know January and February, March,
Okay,
things happen.
okay, let's just make that, we're looking at this for this 1 year, and that's probably where we're having the problem here.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from a total cost
Right.
from 2011
Day one.
to the end of 2014, maybe into 15, what's gonna cost us. Because this money that we reimbursed for eventually went back out or will go back out towards this project.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, see, that's, yeah, so I've got to deal with the piece that actually happened with the checkbook, and you're dealing with the project. So, okay.
We're gonna stick to 2013, that's why we're here today.
Yep.
That's all right. So option one is all that stuff shows through there, and so you got revenue in the general fund from building authority, and you got revenue in the general fund from other funds to pay their portion of the 290 they say came up with when you wrote the check out to the building authority in the first place. So option two says all we're showing in the general fund is a portion of the 290 that it agreed to pay. That's 160. $25,000 was a payment on the lease bond. $769 was the actual construction cost paid to construction engineers, craft architect, City of Cooperstown for permits, all that other happy stuff. So we still say to 255, but in this scenario, the general fund doesn't go 255 in the hole, it goes 116. Option three is we keep DES happy by having two different building funds. We have a building fund and an EOC building fund. And in that perspective, we will submit a bill to them saying, pay us for part of that 480. Again, as of December 31st. Still at 255, but then you can see that, in theory, the building fund is making money right now because they got reimbursed for costs that it didn't have to pay out because the portion they paid out was for the EOC center. And the building authority in the bottom still wrote checks out. So you can still see that they wrote checks out in addition to you guys writing checks out. So they wrote checks out to you, and they wrote checks out to construction engineers and craft architects. And the fourth option, what you do is you'd say, we're gonna treat the building authority as part of the county, so all the reimbursements back and forth disappear. I'm just showing it. All the reimbursements disappear. You say, we spent $480,000. The building authority has $1.6 million on hand at the end of last year because they paid for part of the EOC building cost. That's just,
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, building option 4 flies right in the face of the law because the county didn't have the authority to levy the tax. So that's gone. Option three is the same reason the county didn't have the authority to levy the tax, and option 2 has to go that way too because they didn't have the authority to levy the tax. The reason it was done option 1 is because that was the only legal way to do it. Because yes, it is.
No, it isn't done.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You cannot have those, you cannot have that $2.2 million or any portion of that coming into the county because that has to be private, because the citizens said, no, you cannot levy tax. It was done specifically that way for a reason. That's why they paid lawyers a whole bunch of money to invent that whole scheme, and that's why they stuck to it. I can't go back and second guess and tell them the way it's supposed to be done.
The EOC Center has nothing to do with $2.2 million. Do you agree with that?
But if the building authority sends us money, where does that money come from? It comes out of the $2.2 million.
No, but it reimburse you.
Wait a minute. Where did the building authority get their money? Answer the question.
From the bond issue.
Very good. From the bond issue as a private entity. If that money comes back to the county, we effectively stepped around the law of not being able to levy tax without the consent of the people. And it's that simple. That's why they did it this way. That's why we have a 400-page agreement between the building authority and the county, was specifically to get around this issue that you're trying to put us back into. Then we will be levying funds against the will of the people. Because any of that $2.2 million comes back to the county. It's separate because it had to be separate. The whole purpose of this exercise to get it over there and have the building authority was to get around the county spending public money because they couldn't. They were told not to.
But he's trying to provide a mechanism to handle the grant, not the bond.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter with bond money. That money, if we show that money coming into the county coffers, that has to be remain
Technically,
private.
you're showing it right now, John, in the general fund, because that money went into the general fund. And it's part of, and that's what Ron's talking about. If you look at 539, technically now you're in violation if you want to say that term. Because you have building authority money in the checking account of the county.
I agree we are in violation.
So
But it's not in violation of an accounting practice, it's in violation of the damn law.
But it's in there right now.
I know, but it's in violation of the law. It's in violation of the whole purpose that they created this thing. If I go and vote to fix it, to adjust it, to make it in accordance with the accounting practices, I have violated the law. I have taken that money and brought it in, public money, into the county coffers. It was done that way for a reason. I agree it's not right.
Option 1's already doing that too, though, John.
I know it is.
So to sit there and you might have put an X on option 1 too.
Absolutely.
So the fact is,
I'm not going to be complicit in someone else's crime.
no,
That's what it boils down to. This was a crime. And when this all gets said and done, that will be proven out, in my estimation. And I'm leaving it exactly as they did it. I don't know what their motivation for it was, but I'm certainly not going to second guess what they did. And we caught up in this
We
whole
already
thing.
moved that fund, didn't we?
yeah, you did. So you guys already did change it.
So we moved it from a separate fund into the
Yeah,
general.
you did move it. So you did move, so you did change it.
All he's saying is he thinks it would be better off back all as its own fund.
The fact that it was in a separate fund before, as was a general fund,
Doesn't change it.
doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. We didn't move any, we took money out of the general fund. We didn't take money out of that fund, we took money out of the general fund. We went through the budget, the 2014 budget, not the 13. We went through the 2014 budget and took money out of that budget and put into the 2014 courthouse fund, not 13. We have not touched 13.
No, when you made the motion to move all bills from the courthouse fund to the general fund, you changed.
2014.
No, 2013.
Wrong.
When Cindy made the changes,
That wasn't us. We adjusted the 2014 budget, not the 13. We did not
I'm not talking
adjust.
about the budget. I'm not talking about the budget. I'm talking
That's where
about-
this money came from. We adjusted the 2014 budget. We did not touch the 2013.
Not
we moved
the
that
budget, but the funds.
The actual expenses move from one fund to another fund.
It doesn't make any difference. They were in there already. They were in the fund, they were in the budget already. We didn't move them into the budget. They came there
We're not talking
from
about the
outside.
budget.
We moved the fund.
Just within the budget, we didn't put it there.
Yeah, you did put it there.
The building authority sent it to the county. We did not put it there. Once it broke the barrier of the public and private entities, that's where it was in violation. Not once it got into the county fund. Once it's in the county funds, it's there. It was sent from the building authority to the county, private entity, public entity. That's where the problem lies.
And now that it's there, you have to decide, are you leaving it in a separate fund or including it in the general fund? That's what he wants to know.
Has nothing to do with the budget. It has nothing to do with whether it should have come in or not. And this is where-
But the rest of your items do have to do with whether it should have come in or not.
No.
What I'm saying is it has to stay where as it's
No, all
not.
I'm dealing with is the money that came in. That's all I'm
Just have
talking
to
about.
show where
Mhm.
it lies.
And where does it?
See, this is the point when Connie talks about the commingling of funds. In the general fund, if you say this is a building expense, it is in theory commingled with the building expense that relates to the courthouse also. So when construction engineers and craft architect bills come in, is it one bill or is it two? And as you've always been dealing with that issue, and the question comes is, how do they want to see that? Or do you want to accommodate them at all? And you can argue about whether you should or shouldn't. I'm not going to argue about that. And like I said, there's nothing in here that I'm real crazy about. Everything, there's nothing here that said, man, I think they should do this.
So your motivation for this budget then is to try to fix the mess with this grant? We didn't hire you for that.
I'm just saying.
We hired you to
I'm
audit
just
the
saying,
books.
I'm saying you're looking at options. And one of the options is when you talked about accounting for those expenses, you have your choice of where you account for them. And that's all I'm talking about here. It's not whether you should or shouldn't. I'm saying here's the things that you could do.
But one option is none of these.
No, it's not.
We're already in option
So
one.
option one, if you do nothing right now, it just stays on option one.
That's what we are.
And we have a game plan for fixing the grant. The DES has given us that.
Okay.
By the rejection, they gave us a
And if you
step-by-step
want-
process, to fix it. We have it, I mean, it's rejected and here's how you fix it, but I think we maybe have a problem then with what you assumed your duties were. Your duties were to audit the books, not to try to, well, no, but the options you put forward are to try to solve a problem you weren't hired to try and solve. That's not,
John, that's not altogether true, because I did meet with Harold,
Yes.
and we talked about this.
I don't care if you met with him or not, the board did not hire him to fix this problem.
Well, we hired him to do a pre-audit on the project.
And that'd be one of the issues raised is when you talk about the
I
commingling of
disagree.
funds.
I disagree. We have a game plan to fix this thing, and the DES, why would we second guess what they've already told us to do?
I'm just saying, I was asked to look at it, I'm looking at it, John. You don't want me to look at it, then just go with option one.
Connie, you've been working on the accounting end of this grant. You've gone through what the DES is asking for.
I've started, I haven't gone through it completely.
Is there anything in there asking us to change the way we're accounting for the reimbursement?
Not, I've only gotten through the first one and the part of the second,
Okay.
so I haven't seen anything yet.
So realistically, we probably don't have to do anything with these options today. Bob?
No, you
When
don't.
we had that conference call with DES, construction managers, construction engineers and architects, one of the questions posed to Greg was, one answer to the co-mingling is if we have separate funds set aside, like they were outside of the general fund, that was something they wanted and liked because it showed a clear accounting. It was clear, absolutely clear. There was black and white lines there. Where the money lay, that wasn't part of our situation, but they liked the idea that that was sitting in the EOC fund, the courthouse fund, the bond fund. They liked those being there. That was one of the things they talked about in that phone call.
Well, I have been through all five of the,
So
all five of them, and I see nothing, any mention of changing the funds around.
okay, but in the judge advocate letter, co-mingling, they talk about that, and that's what Harold's explaining. That you can't show a separation or a non-co-mingling if it's laying in the general fund. That's my understanding what I'm getting from listening to Harold. And that's what I was understanding.
Why would we try to second guess, but they've asked us for something specifically, they said, here's what you need to do. Why don't we just do that?
That's
Okay,
what
we're doing that, but also the thing that keeps coming up is this co-mingling of funds. And if I'm understanding Harold right, he's saying one answer that we had that question answered once, for the most part, when those funds are outside the general fund, and now they're back in there. That was one of the answers I'm understanding this conversation. I may be wrong, but co-mingling was one of the issues that has been raised and talked about openly by the commission about how things are done wrong here.
Absolutely.
So now, but Harold is here, and if whether he's out of his capacity or not, if I'm missing something here, I guess I apologize. But he is making it sound like we should take those accounts back out of the general fund and leave them by themselves where they were previously, so we can show those black and white.
We have an EOC account now, don't we?
No,
Within the general fund.
Right.
it's in the general fund. It's an account, it's not a fund, so it's, the bills are not split between the two pieces.
And the commingling part of it, the biggest part of the commingling part is it was never billed separately. So what part of the $539,000 that the county paid was actually towards the EOC? If you go on percentages of it, only 39% could actually be taken towards the EOC part of it, but they've already said that they need to have that invoiced that way. And it was never invoiced that way either. So we're talking about a minute amount. We're talking about 40% of the 538, which is $200,000, is all we could switch over to the EOC eligible portion of this equation.
No, it's technically when the building authority wrote a check this year, they were paying both shares of construction engineers, so they paid the entire bill.
That's right, and that therein lies the big problem.
That's what I'm saying. So this is when you start talking about how do you determine if percentages are spent.
No,
Yeah.
they ask for invoices. If you've read the
Right,
request, they
right.
ask for specific invoices identifying the funding
Right.
sources.
And then what they're gonna look at is, if you go back to each bit check written, they're gonna say, well, 100% of this check was written by the county, because the first check for construction engineers was written by the county. And only 40% of it should have been technical. But then the next check, 100% of it was written by the building authority.
Mhm.
So they're gonna say is, this invoice doesn't match up with the checks you wrote. If you had separate funds, you say, here's how we split that check up. Even though it came from us, it got split into two pieces. And how they said, how do you show that?
We tried that. That's how they
Well,
sent in
we
the
can do that
request.
today, as we are.
They did it already. That's how they sent in the request. They sent in the whole, like they took construction engineers, let's just use number one, I don't even know the numbers, but it was a total figure, and then they broke out the EOC costs on that, me and Connie and Bob, and they sent it in for reimbursement, and what the North Dakota DES said was, we need to see separate invoices justifying these costs. And this won't help any of that. This won't help any of that.
Because we already actually have the funds set up in the general fund.
The only question they're gonna have is, if you use, and this is the part where you get that whole issue about the county wrote a check out and the building authority wrote a check out. But you paid some of their money with your check, they paid some of your money with their check. And I don't know how you address that, because I think you're gonna have to address.
That's the
it.
problem, they're trying to address
See,
that.
those have been broken down to pay requests by EOC courthouse, and now, since that denial of them reimbursement requests, construction engineers have come forward with Craft engineers have came forward with invoices for those.
Right,
And
but
they're not accepting those,
That's
they
how
just
it's-
want more copies from us.
But
Right.
like I said, the only thing you're gonna look at, and this is the part where they're gonna say this invoice was not paid for by the county. Invoice
Yeah,
2 or 3.
and the
And
question
how many
was
do that's
posed,
fine, I
the
don't-
question was posed to them, is, bond funds local money? Yes, it was. And I have two emails stating that back from Greg Wills.
That's right. So the $794,000 is what's actually been paid towards this project out of the county funds.
Yes.
Okay, so
Part
we
of
have,
the reimbursement.
okay, so what Bob and Connie are gonna do now is they are going to adjust the invoices from construction engineers and from craft architects to reflect that being all EOC money. And that will fix our problem, leaving the books exactly as they are. Because we will show the check for $794,000, or the $794,000 spent, and when construction engineers invoices us for our portion of the EOC and craft architects invoices us for our portion of the project, we can then use that whole amount of $794,000 as justification for the EOC. Correct?
Because that 794 was not all EOC.
No, but if we adjust the invoicing,
Well, we're not adjusting invoices.
they're gonna re-invoice it to show that, or to reflect
The
that.
invoices that we're showing, that we're sending to the state are the invoices that construction engineers got
Right,
from their contract. They're not new invoices.
right.
They're the invoices.
So, but yeah, they're gonna
They're
show,
splitting them, right?
They're,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
going to show the actual portion of the EOC out of this 794.
right.
Not all of it will be EOC.
Well, but if they do it correctly, they'll show that $794,000 has been spent towards the EOC, and then we can show that the county has written $794,000 worth of checks,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, as long as those invoices can tell that amount.
Yeah, well, or close to it, but that's the way I understood you guys are gonna do it.
Yeah.
Is we had
And that's
to,
going
we
on
needed to
right
come up with a amount we spend, a legitimate amount spent out of the county treasury, and then we need to match the invoices to it, and that's what we have.
But if you put the reimbursements back against it, then you're not at 794. You're just not. What the building authority paid the county reduces the amount the county actually wrote checks on as of that amount.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
That's what it is.
but all we care is that
No, I'm just saying, I think there's a couple more obstacles, and that's fine. I don't know how you best deal with that's your issues. But the fact of the matter is, you wrote a check out of the county for non-EOC portion of the bill. The building authority wrote a check out for part of the EOC. Because when each of the entities paid 100% of the current invoice, and that invoice, when it's split, it's still gonna, that's great that they're doing that, but they're gonna say is, okay, you spent $400,000, but it wasn't all EOC. So you don't get credit for the 700,000. And
Therein lies the problem, but the rest of it doesn't, none of the rest of these fix that either. Because the time frame won't allow it.
if you show the expense, if you split the bill up into its own fund, you're gonna have to overcome the who's cash paid for.
That's right.
And I don't know how you're ever gonna deal with it.
That's exactly right. That's why none of these options have any difference. It's the amount that we spent, we have to break that up invoice-wise to show it was EOC money. And we have that, and we have the ability to do that with, just as the books stand right now.
No, you're not. None of them are, the option 3 would show, it would match the invoice under the EOC fund, whether it was paid or not. Option 1 doesn't show that. It just shows a check to construction engineers. That's it.
right, but
For 400,000.
but the thing is,
No,
the bills have been paid.
in total.
Right. So, the state is going to have to treat the bond fund as public money in order to get this thing unwound anyway. And they did email us
Well, that
and
one-
they indicated,
But that one judge advocate's ruling doesn't look like you're gonna do that, is it? Is
Well,
that
they have
reinterpreted?
contradicted themselves so many times.
Yeah, no, that's just it, that's the part where I'd be more.
I'm just leery of going and trying to make changes when we're unsure of what changes they want.
I totally agree.
And then we look like we're trying to scheme and trying to let I've always contended I don't think there's a technical fix to this. I don't think technically we can come in line with what they want. I think there's a political fix to it. I think we throw ourselves on the mercy of the powers that be and say we screwed up and is there any way we can get this fixed? But if we start screwing around with the technical side of it to try and make it fit their agenda and we get caught at that, for sure there's no political fix to it either then.
No, and it comes down to is if they say, we need to see this thing in that fund. That's the only reason I've thrown that out there, because I have seen in grant funds where they say, we want our own fund, period. Not line item in the general fund. That doesn't cut it. We want to see our own fund. And that's why, when I talked to Troy and he talked about that, I said, here's some things you can do. And are any of them flawless? No. They all stink.
I hate to use your own words against you, but what was your true intent when the check was written?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And that's what we're faced with here.
That's exactly what
And it isn't even us, it's somebody else, so we're trying to decide what their true intent was, and I'm just not.
No, but in theory, every time a bill came from construction engineers and craft architect, it should have been saying, building authority, write me a check.
Absolutely.
County, write me a check.
But that's what Bob and Connie are gonna try to
But
rectify.
the check's already written, what I'm saying is already written.
Well, we can say they
No, that's
wrote it for expediency, but they're gonna say that it was written because here was a portion. Here was, I
Well,
mean,
and they're gonna have to, you're exactly right, they're gonna have to say, we're gonna find a way to make this work, because we can find enough ways not to.
none of these fixes is gonna make it work, other than if we just,
If option 3 would give them a chance to say, give us our own fund, we see our bills, we see the invoices, we see it in that fund, we see happiness. And they might do that, that's all I'm saying.
This is really a question for the 2014 budget then. And I'll say when we get EOC money back, should we put that outside of the general fund?
No, you can't now, when your system you're at.
but it'll still be separate. It'll show coming into the DES as a revenue. You know, we'll amend the budget, it'll show the full amount as revenue, and it'll show it being spent back out of there. And that's a separate, we can make a separate fund within the DES to keep it separate.
Yeah.
We go to the DES budget and then and within that budget, create an account that says EOC building.
That's part of the general fund.
Yeah,
it's already a general fund account.
yeah, I know.
What I'm saying is, technically, nothing has been officially issued, and that's what I'm saying, is if you wanted to put 2013s in there, you could move 2014 and split each check up and put them in 2 funds also. And that's the only thing that was an option. You guys talking about saying, is there any way you see this going forward? And that's like, you actually told me at the last meeting, John.
I know, but we have a path going forward.
No, but you asked me, remember at the last meeting, you guys said, Dave, if you got any ideas, let us know. So that's what I came up with, so.
But it's, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to go back and study the different accounting practices between private and public. 'cause
Quite
otherwise-
positive those DES reimbursements are gonna come back to county, not. it's going to be-
We don't know that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the past, those reimbursements have come to the county,
Yeah.
because the county is the sub-grantee. So,
I think what's eventually gonna happen is a political fix. I think we're gonna have to go and use our state and national representatives to get the DES or Homeland Security and FEMA to let the building authority be the recipient. Because that was an option. It's just when the project went forward, the grant had closed, the grant period had closed, and it couldn't be amended. But a private entity can be the recipient of that grant. And I think the political fix is to do just that, and then that solves all these problems. But we have to, first of all, exhaust the other reason. And I think if you comply with what they requested, I think they'll give you the grant.
Well, two things I can share with you that from my phone conversation with Debbie and Greg, as of recent, they want nothing more than
I know.
money in your hands.
I know.
That's their nightly goal. And they're a little nervous with all the hoopla that's gone, Greg's gone, and they don't want to make a mistake.
That's why, again, they gave you a very detailed description of what needs to be done.
Yeah, we're working on that.
And why would we deviate from that? And they're not gonna, the next time they deny it, they're not gonna say, no, get out of here. They're gonna say, well, here's what you need to fix now.
Yeah.
And if they come to a point where they say, well, your budget isn't right, then fix that. And the last resort is we fall on our sword and say, well, we screwed up, we need help here. We can't fix it, but why you're punishing us for one mistake.
So I think John's concern is that we don't act proactively if we don't have a request by the DES to change what we're doing.
But if they make their request, and that would be what they're talking about.
And we can still do that in the future, Harold? That was my other question.
Well,
I mean, we're gonna approve your audit today, hopefully.
if
we approve the audit, we're not gonna do this later, right?
Well, see, if you approve the audit now, you cannot set up an EOC fund for the bills you paid last year.
Right.
You can't. So then you say, so if they say you have to do it, I don't know what you do then. Truth. Because you're saying, no, we don't have an EOC fund, we have a general fund. They say, we don't like that, so we're not gonna pay for it. I mean, the path they're on, and like I said, and what John said is exactly right, the contradictions. If you pick today's answer, it's this, tomorrow's answer is that, the next day's answer is another thing. So your answer is, if you do it, is it gonna fix it? Maybe. If you don't do it, is it not gonna fix it? Maybe. You can't say no or yes to either one emphatically. So if you're comfortable in saying, this is a position we're gonna defend and we're gonna go from that, that's fine. I just said, this is one option you're gonna have if you say to them,
right.
We're making every effort to here, we're showing EOC totally separate, you can see it. That's all I did.
The previous commissioners did this on the advice of council. They didn't just come out of the blue and decide to do this. So
They set up a separate fund.
yeah, but that was within the general fund.
No, it's a separate
Yes,
fund.
it was.
No, it wasn't, because it was moved back and forth.
They did, and then
Yeah,
they
well, unless the paperwork that you gave me is wrong, that was set up within the general fund. There was 4 different funds within the general fund that
You
concerned the
had me
EOC. No, we questioned it because they've been set up midway through the budget cycle. And I don't know how it ended up in the books, I never saw the books, but the paperwork you gave us, they were within the general fund. Yes, sir.
No, I don't know if I had talked to Harold or what happened, but we had they were paid
No, I
out of the
didn't tell you.
general fund
No,
to
I
start
didn't.
with. And then we transferred them to their own fund, and I don't know if it's because of DES then, if it wasn't Harold, someone told us they had to have their own fund.
Wasn't me.
So we put them back in their own fund.
This
And
is a
then you asked
fund.
me to transfer it back to general.
There's a courthouse grant, there's an EOC grant. There are funds set up. And then it got put in there, and then it got moved. But there's a fund 2161, which is called New Courthouse, and there's a fund 2162 called EOC. Those are separate funds.
Does it show the dates of the transfers?
I've never seen that. I've seen.
If you look at your account history from last year, it'll be in there.
That's in October and
The
November.
dates.
Okay.
Actually, in December, you moved it up.
Moved it back in.
Moved it back to the.
Back into the
So I guess you
general
did
fund
move it.
from where it came.
So we did that.
Yeah.
We moved it into the general fund in December. Okay.
Yeah.
Early October went in, its own fund, and then you guys moved it back.
So early October was what they did.
They did it.
Right. They moved it to a separate fund in October.
But if the commission moves that fund back where it was in early October, is that hindering the county somehow? Are we getting closer to the DES's wishes? Because, it was done that way for a reason.
Yeah, we just don't know what the reason was.
See, and I wasn't part of that.
I wasn't part of it either.
I wish I was, because I'd like to.
I don't remember what.
But that was in October, so
It would be in the, I know Ron requested the.
In the original 213 budget.
I don't, it won't be in with your budget stuff. It was zeroed out. Those accounts were zeroed out.
I think the reason that we did that is because that money had come from the general fund.
And then that 25,000.
But the way Harold is doing this option 3, he's leaving that 160,000 in the general fund. He's just moving those other funds. The building lease is a part of the general fund right now as it stands. I don't think we've moved that around, have we?
Yeah, you did. I paid it out of the lease payment, the 25,000. And I had to move it into general.
With that building.
And that shortened our general fund by that 25,000.
With that amount was below the general fund. That what they used to call NDCC 57, and we call New Courthouse Fund. That's below.
That one, okay.
That's below the general, outside.
That's on the revenue side.
The NDCU made me change the name to New Courthouse, and that's a
Yeah.
levy on its own, you can't put that.
Yeah, that's not part of it.
That's just the levy.
That one can't go.
That wasn't in here.
So see, where the fund was, it's 2061. You know, there's like Bank of North Dakota paid to it. And then they're there, they're one of them, and
I
then
do
zero.
the account history, they're doing that.
Like this was only paid for, this 49,000 paid for bond costs, this is what you paid for construction engineers, this is the payment for traffic. But, no, and again,
Well, Harold, if that money was paid out of that EOC for the two funds before we switched it, so it was paid out of a separate fund. Because we didn't pay it, we never authorized paying it, so the money that went out was paid out prior to us coming on board.
right, but it was put into the courthouse fund.
No, there wasn't any money left.
No, it was reimbursed by the building authority, so in essence, it became a zero activity, a zero balance account, but there was activity.
No, we as commissioners never paid one dime towards this EOC, so any
Right.
activity was done. And we moved it out, we moved it into the general fund, so any activity took place when it was a separate fund. So there's no need to move, there's no need to change it.
No, if you wanted the general fund, there's no need to change it, but if you say it was never put in its own fund.
It was in its own fund, we put it back into the general.
Right.
But all the activity in an account was done before that, so it was done when it was in an account of its own.
And it's fund of its own.
As a fund of its own, because we as commissioners never spend any money on the EOC
Right.
or the courthouse.
But the
So
whole
we
commission
get,
did.
right, and we were the ones that put it back into the general, just the account. So any activity was done correctly, we're fine with that then. Any activity was done when it was a separate account. We just moved the name of it with no money into the general. And there was no activity after that.
No, you reversed out to say there's no activity ever in any other fund in the general. General fund has 3 entries for every check. The check, moving the check back. So it'll come out, that's what's in the general fund right now.
But there's an account that was set up as EOC, right? And then in November, and that was in place up until November.
Yes.
Okay, and any activity took place prior to November out of that separate account. So there's account activity.
Yeah, that's what I'm just showing you guys.
Okay, so it is so any.
No, but then you moved it back, so it's no longer in that account. You zeroed it out. You said, get it out of there, put it in the general fund.
You can't move history.
You can't move history.
No, that's what I'm saying. There's 3 entries in that deal. There's a check written, the check moved. So there's a check, a minus check, and a plus check in the general fund. In the EOC fund, 2162, there's a check and a check out.
Okay.
Net effect is zero.
If you go back and look at those $794,000 that was.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, in the year-end audit, shouldn't it reflect then 2 sets of EOC, bond fund, and courthouse
if you want it, but right now, the EOC shows nothing. There's no EOC, because instead of showing activity and reversing activity, it showed zero activity, like never happened.
But history shouldn't move. So if you have an account, and that account has activity, that activity should carry through to the end of the year.
But when the plus and the minus both went against the same account, which made the account have zero activity. So you didn't show as a plus over here and a minus over here, as a plus and a minus to get to zero.
But when you add an entry, it should be more activity, not less.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that balance may have moved up here into the general fund,
It moved down.
but the
and moved up.
history should still show.
And the history is what we're concerned about as far as complying with the EOC.
The way Cindy made the entry was, it was like in those two funds.
That they
Nothing
never
happened.
existed.
Right.
But
So-
that,
Yeah, there's zero.
but that.
That's not correct.
That's not,
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
then that's it, if you wanna show it that way, that's fine, I don't know.
if we did that kind of accounting at the bank, we'd probably get put in jail.
Well, see, this is why when we talk about reimbursement, okay, if you get reimbursed, and the question comes is, if all you are is a banker, and it's an entry, and you got, the check comes in and goes out, like Connie stuff. When Connie writes a treasurer's check, she goes, give me a check, I'll write you a new check.
I understand
No,
that every transaction has to balance,
Right,
but the transaction still occurred even if you moved the funds to a different account.
Or change the name of the account. It's still, the transaction still occurred, had a date when it occurred,
The
and an
history
amount.
still exists.
if you want, if they were netted, if you wanna show a gross, we can show a gross, I got no problem with it.
Because my point is, Harold, with that said, that history should still follow through to the 12/31 or whatever. And if we decide now to move those funds back separate from the general fund, nothing has happened in those funds since we've done that.
And we don't have to move them back. The activity, what they're worried about is the activity making sure that it was kept in a separate account. So the transaction date will show that it was out of a separate account.
It ought to.
Yeah, just because you change the name in the fund doesn't mean that all the transactions took place one day at the end of the year. There has to be an ongoing.
This is the funds, I can't
balance.
find it in the general yet. I was looking, here's your new courthouse.
Do you agree with that?
Well, see, the one thing you're looking at, and again, the problem you have is you can't guarantee you're gonna please them, because how they wanna see it, who knows? But I mean, if you wanna show that stuff,
Yeah.
show those two funds,
They don't look the same.
the EOC
Yeah,
and then
here.
the building.
They're still there though.
No, I know, but I mean, they were zero balance, and they were netted to zero.
But this is 30.
If you wanna show both numbers gross, I don't know.
That's
about that.
right.
And then what
Okay.
it does, it shows that
3101 is
what
here.
their loans were, and then they can have that.
Well, can't you show the count activity for those two funds for the time they were in existence?
Yeah, if you wanna show like growth, then show the net, because net shows activity.
I don't have an
Well, I mean, that's what they're looking for.
If you want to show growth activity, you show it going in and out, yeah.
Well, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for in and out of a separate account.
To me, if you think if you think they will be more comfortable with this method, number 3, then I think you can show them that existed at the time of the activity. If in fact they're satisfied with that, then before we do anything further, maybe we should consider moving those accounts back to separate accounts.
There's nothing in them.
I know that.
And there was never any transactions to do with the EOC when they were outside of that account.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't. We never did nothing. We moved them, we made them separate, and we've never sent one dime to the
No,
EOC.
that's what I mean. The account activity occurred while they were outside the general
That's
fund.
right, and that's,
So if they're happy with that and they approve our next step in the process, then we maybe should move them back. I mean, and in fact, that is how the previous commissioners had it set up. So we're not
but there's nothing to move back.
Well, you move both back, you move both the revenue.
You just move the
expense back.
funds, the accounts.
You showed 794 in essence twice, in the general fund and in the EOC fund, and that's what you did. You showed it here, you showed it there, then you showed it back here. And if you say you wanna show the activity, then you'd show basically 794 in both funds, in revenue in
I
both
guess I'm
funds.
missing something.
And
I was under the impression that those accounts just became dormant, and that we just started a new fund in the general called
No, that wasn't,
courthouse, huh?
that wasn't the way it was done.
Well, that was the intention, because all the funds that we moved came from the general. We couldn't move it outside the general to a separate fund. That's why it was done that way. So what we're talking about here is just a misapplication of how the account was labeled.
Well, I see, the only, and what Troy's talking about is saying, if you show this courthouse as a fund, and the general fund, and the courthouse fund is zero. But what's done is shows the expense in there, then at least you can say, hey, we can make it, no, right here, see this fund, let's got this in there.
At the time the transaction took place, it was outside the general fund.
Yes, that's the same, but what Troy's saying is he wants to show both in that fund. Show both the expense activity, and then the money comes from the general fund to cover.
I think you guys are cross-talking again.
Yeah. I think the funds that the city had in place should stay in place right up until the time we quit using them, and then we should just add the other fund to the general fund. Because we didn't, then that solves the whole problem. The funds that were in place just stay there. Now, don't change their name, they just came, they were.
So that courthouse fund and the EOC fund, you want those funds to stay?
Yeah, we didn't, they were there.
Yeah.
We ceased using those and started a new fund,
A
the
$400,000
general fund.
So $409,000 check was written against the EOC fund, okay?
You're showing them, the problem is about Harold's also saying you're showing them in two different funds then, is what you're planning on doing.
No.
You're gonna end up showing them in the general, and you're gonna end up showing them into those funds.
Well, unless I'm mistaken, I don't
following me?
think we wrote a check to the EOC as when we were
No,
commissioners.
you were checking out the construction engineers.
Not us,
So, yeah, I don't think.
not us.
I think that was the previous commissioner. That's,
Oh, okay,
So-
you mean the county or you guys?
No, but so we show it right up to the point where the funds quit going.
You should almost let do the other,
Yeah.
just keep going on this one. You should table this for right now and then go back to it if you want to stay later. You got Bob's stuff, the OC, and
I think we're talking about the same thing. I think we should be talking about account activity, and we can show where the checks were written and where the funds
you
came out.
can in account activity, but in a way, if you show it in both, then you're showing it double.
There's no.
Because it actually is showing in general, okay? But if you show it in the other funds, then you're actually showing it double.
No.
That's why I didn't show it in the other funds.
You got this fund down here by itself, outside the general.
that's what I wanted to say. It wasn't.
There's account activity in here
It
during
was
the year.
Okay,
Yes,
well, see,
there
us,
is a
I thought
comment.
it was
So
the
then,
county is supposed to build it.
Towards the end of the year,
It's going to.
we
No, you guys never, right.
we set up another account within the general fund. That balance gets transferred up there. From that point on, the activity from that account,
That's right.
Well, you're showing it double. That's what I'm saying. You're showing it double.
no, you're not.
No, you're.
This,
Activity in the
this
other-
activity should stay with this old account.
Here
It has
you-
to.
It is there.
Here, you've got two checking accounts, and this one has a balance in it. You're using this checking account until September, then you decide, no, I'm gonna use this checking account over here. I take the money out of this checking account, I put it over here, and I start using this checking account. If you wanna go back and look at the bill you paid for September, you go back to this checking account and you look in the ledger, and that bill was paid out of this checking account. If you wanna see what was paid after September, you look in this checking account. This is the checking account that we wanna keep intact to prove that EOC money was spent out of the county, out of a separate account. We have that in place already. We have account activity for those first four accounts.
Okay, we didn't do it that way when we transferred it up. We transferred as the account was spent here and here on those dates.
That's not accurate.
That's not accurate. You cannot just vaporize account history.
Well, that's what we did.
Well,
It's still there. It's still there.
We'll show both, that way you can.
so let's have option 5.
Yeah.
No, and then you show those costs, and then you give them a copy of Fund 4162 and show it at your check construction engineer.
Absolutely.
Again, it's the two checking account analogies. It's
I'll
just,
have to go
that's
back
just all
and
works.
change the budget then and add that in there.
No? Nothing changes.
You
just
wanted
discontinued, you just continued using the,
So she just needs to have a fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just put the fund
We-
back in there.
Right, we didn't have it in there because you add more pages to your budget, more stuff. So if you either wipe it out like it never even happened, and that's more or less what we did, or you put it in there and you add more pages on something that's not gonna, you either gonna use it or you aren't gonna use it.
I want pages.
Okay, then the budget's gonna have to be changed from last year.
Yeah, I want pages. Because you can't wipe out, you can't vaporize an account history. It just can't go away. It was done under that account. It has to stay as a record for that account. Yeah. So we it was just a mistake in communication how it was supposed to be done. We'll fix it. Option 5.
What is
So you
option?
want to show this fund? Option 5 is basically, general fund shows expense, and it will show also Fund 21, 61, and 62, showing basically net zero activity. So you're going to add 2.
Just leave those accounts in place in both places.
But just show them
But
as
show
gross. Show 2161 and 2162 gross rather than net.
Okay, I have to add 4 pages to my
That's what
budget.
that's right. So,
Then when they come and they want to see how, if we kept it as separate funds, Bob can pull it up and say, here it was.
okay.
And there was never a check written after we switched it to the general fund, so we don't have to worry about that. We never wrote a check after that so that we don't have to account for any money after it was in the general fund. It was all done beforehand.
You see, I'm getting lost because we're actually showing that we spend it in the general fund, we're showing you're spending it in this fund.
Right, and when you talk to them, they don't talk to
But
the
you have
general
income
fund.
into the other fund. From the general fund.
As
you
far
have
as
income.
they're concerned,
Had its own fund.
it's
Yeah, they go-
and
they
that's-
go-
every time you talk to those guys,
But you're
it's
showing
that
you're
fund.
doing it twice.
Yeah.
And
We
you
don't
guys-
care
you
about our
guys-
general.
you're-
Double work.
Here's an easier way. If you pulled up the check, one of these checks that was written, if you pulled the actual check up, where would it show it was written out of?
It doesn't show it on the check.
But technically, I could show general fund.
Why, but it wasn't written out of the general
I
fund.
know, no, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Then it's moved over.
Yes,
He moved
it was originally.
Prove it.
out of the general fund.
No, it was not. It was
Yes.
written. It was written out of the special EOC fund when it was written. It wasn't written out of the general. Just the fact that we changed the EOC fund to the general doesn't change when the check was written.
Well, I thought John was right, the money was outside the general fund at that point in time, and the check was written out of that fund.
There was a lot of confusion when the check was written,
Okay.
okay? And I wasn't around, so I'm not gonna cast aspersions on it, but
Okay, so then
So the
those.
check was written out of the general fund
then moved
and
to.
then credited the general fund and debited the EOC
Yeah.
fund.
And
Okay.
then you guys credited EOC and debited general.
So there's no fixing it anyway.
Yeah, you can show that you did that.
We can show the gross amount in 2162 and 2163.
Yeah, you can say, oops.
Right, just by going back on the account history.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to change anything. We just verify the account history.
Well, you just have
Well,
to,
I have to put a budget page in. the
she has
budget
to
show
activate
it.
Yeah.
both, 2 more accounts or
Yeah.
whatever.
No,
Is it just 2 or is it all 4?
just any activity.
Just the 2?
Only 2 had activity, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
see, it was actually,
Yeah, only 2 had activity.
Well, the general fund is the general fund. So it may be 3 if you're gonna do the lease bond payment one too. But I don't know if that, is the levy outside of the general fund?
Yes.
yes.
So then the bond payment should be outside the general
Should
fund.
have been, yeah.
Okay, well, do we need a motion to, I think that should be moved back outside. Don't you, Harold?
I think so, because it's part of it's right to the lease agreement, it says that every payment, that's the payment, first payment.
You're gonna, okay, the fund then coming in December is gonna be in the red, you know.
Correct.
Yeah.
As long as you realize that. Eventually, it will pay it off, but it will be in the red.
Yeah, because you didn't have the levy the first year, it's the second year of the lease. Because your first year of lease, even though you're not in the building, was last year.
But the levy's not gonna be as big as the bill. It'll never catch up.
No.
Don't you see your levies of 160?
We have 27,000 in there right now.
See, if you don't pay the admin charge out of the 10 mils, you eat it someplace else and that fund will have money.
How do you get that done?
I don't know how I got done in the first place. Technically, the general fund can pay any lease expense it wants to. on any of these things, you can have the general fund pay for. It's unbudgeted,
It's gotta stay just as it's been done. There's no way in the world we can sit here and try to second guess a 450-page document that put this all together. There's no way in the
Well,
world.
we changed it.
Huh? No, as far as that 25,000, why it was done that way.
No, I'm not saying, I'm just asking him the mechanics of paying the bill, when the bill's gonna be bigger than the mill levy.
That's when your land value goes up and your mill
you hope
levy,
for it.
I mean, you get more for the 10 mills.
That's what you gotta hope for, and that's what they're banking on.
Well, no, that's what they're saying is they aren't gonna do that, so it's like, I don't know what to say.
No, what I'm saying is that if people, when you say they underfunded.
Then we're acting like the school, we spend it before we have it, knowing that the valuations are gonna go up. The only problem is we didn't raise the value, we didn't do it.
Yeah, that's right. So all of a sudden the answer was, oops, that's not the answer.
It's still the answer.
I know, I mean, unfortunately.
It's still the right thing to do.
Yeah.
The right thing to do is spend less money.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have a motion?
I can't make a motion.
Well, before I make a motion, again, I think this thing was so convoluted. And we don't have to undo what we did because we didn't have any transactions taking place after we changed that. And if we need to cover for the EOC portion of where the fund or for the bond, for the EOC grant, we got that covered in the transaction.
But what about going forward, John? What happens when the wheels start turning again?
Yeah.
How are we gonna handle it?
Well, then we're gonna have to amend the lease agreement and we're gonna have to amend the indenture of trust because it specifically calls out where those funds are spent out of. And it does not allow the indenture trust does not allow the administrative fees to be paid out of the mill levy.
Can't be, there's not enough mill levy. But you're answering the wrong question.
Okay.
I'm talking about the reimbursement process. So the wheels start turning on this grant.
And what will happen?
Which funds do we want them to come out of?
Which come out of?
Or put in.
Do you want them in the general fund or do you want them as separate funds?
Well, we should have a separate fund, the EOC grant fund that's there, it's just inactive, is what I envisioned that to happen on that. That's what I thought we did, I thought we made it inactive and just started another fund.
So further activity should come out of that.
We
can make that decision at the time if we need to, that's what you're saying. We'll have.
Because at that point, if the funds do come, we will have to show on the revenue side of that fund, the $1 million. We'll have to amend the budget for 2014. It's not going into 2013. That's not where it's coming.
I know.
Okay, so at that time, we will make a fund for it to go into if it comes this way. And the fund will have to have a revenue side, and then it'll have to match what the money that comes in.
So for the year-end 2013, Harold and Cindy will show them in both places.
It'll show the account activity up to the point that we changed it. And if they need to see where the money was spent out of and it was spent out of a separate fund, we'll be able to show that. We'll be able to show if money comes in, we'll set up a separate fund and put it into a separate fund in the 2014 budget.
Okay.
Does that satisfy everything?
I think so.
Got a question. Okay.
Yep.
Harold mentioned earlier that dealing with the USDA, you had to have totally separate checking accounts.
How was that, Bill?
Don't you have a totally separate EOC checking account?
Yeah, but
Totally separate bond checking account?
No.
It's totally out of
The building authority has a separate checking account and the county has it.
Okay.
And if we put this in a different fund, it won't have to be coming out of a
Does
different
the
check.
building authority, if they pay you, put it in that checking account?
They don't have a checking account, they just send their bills to B&D.
Guys, let's just wait and see if they approve it. Bob and Connie, if the funds come this way, we can ask the DES, where do you want this money put? And at that time, we'll create the fund to put it into.
That's pretty much it.
Okay.
So now, the point you mentioned, Troy, is you guys did write one check out. You did write the check out for the lease interest. And that was, because it was done in November.
And we paid Craft Architects too.
Yeah, but that was done, and you guys paid that out of the general fund. So when he asked a question about should that be out of the general fund, that is something you have to decide, because right now it's in the general fund.
And part of that craft architect payment, that's gonna have to be split as part of that Federal EOC cost.
Right.
So, you know, maybe it should, that account should be left outside then, or put back outside.
Well, can't that whole last bill that they paid EOC, because that's what it involved was EOC. That was all
Is that
EOC.
$15,000?
Yeah,
This is interesting.
that's why she's doing what she's doing, is because of the
Down here,
EOC,
Madonna
isn't it?
Lane game.
No,
No?
It's actually being North Dakota.
No.
You see, you already checked on December 26th.
all of the costs.
It's the whole project.
Okay.
See, this is.
I got it.
The architect's contract
See, and the
doesn't
question,
match
you want
the
it on the
contract.
other fund, you want it on the general fund.
Yeah, I thought that we were paying on that other fund.
So, I mean, if you want to make a motion to pay that in the fund, then you should make that motion.
The Craft Architects?
No, the 25,000.
Madonna Lane, that State North Dakota interest payment. That check was written December 26th, 2013.
But John says that their thing is written up that can't cover that.
It specifically states in the lease agreement that is the trustee account isn't part of the grant fund.
I thought that was.
It's part of the mill levy.
Yeah, I thought it was an interest payment rather than the fee.
No, this relates to the tax, the 10 mil fund, not DOC.
No, I misspoke. The fee for the trustee.
This isn't the fee, this is interest on the bottom.
It's
That's what
interest
I
on the
thought.
bond.
Oh, okay.
We had to pay that extra 25,000.
Yeah, the interest on the bond certainly comes out of the grant.
But we paid it out of general.
Comes out of
Because see, this comes from the lease
Okay.
agreement.
Yeah,
That's the first
I
one.
thought we paid it out of a separate fund where the revenue comes in.
But it's not really. Do you want to move it there? then?
Well, I mean, we get, yeah.
That's the motion you're asking.
Well, it's, you have to decide, because if you don't go up in your land value, it's not gonna cover the 25,000. I mean, that's another thing.
But technically, you'll,
Well, you'll have
If you don't
stuff
move
that
it
have gone up, yeah. We've had new whatever.
I just raised the point, that's all.
Yeah, so it's up to you. And the thing is what's not included in that is the homestead credit. You won't get state revenue because we just figured that on the funds and I'm not gonna argue it because there might be rules on that too, on that
I see
state
people do it
revenue.
both ways, so I mean,
Okay.
this is where in true intent, what you want
But
to
the
accomplish.
interest was paid just a one time out of the,
No.
it's not set up to be paid out of the
You
general fund
pay
all
it
the time.
twice.
No, it's not in the general fund at all, right, yours.
No.
Yeah.
This first payment though should have been, and now, but you didn't have one. So
You didn't
this
have
is-
the money, right?
Yeah, and I paid it out of the bond and you guys had me take it out of the general.
But no, in
The
theory,
same
if,
time we did the EOC stuff.
if the bond fund ever generates enough, so if all of a sudden it gets up to 100, so you raise 170 grand, then you can say, hey, you know what? We can now pay this 25 that we paid for earlier. But if you don't move it now, you never will. But if that fund has money, then you run the risk you talked about, John, is saying, could that fund then, they request that money for something else? I don't know.
So it's
That
gonna
part
be,
of it.
it's gonna be short, the interest pay, it's gonna be short $13,000 really.
I have to go look at it, it might not be
Yeah.
short at all.
I think it might be all right.
Well, 100
I think, we have 27,000 left over right now, we've already made the payment
left over in what?
in the bond.
Yeah.
So you could transfer that, because that should only be once a year, but is it
Twice
twice?
a year.
No,
Okay, that's what I thought.
you'll be owed 25 grand in
Interest
December
November.
of November of this year, you're gonna owe another 25. So you're gonna have a little bit of money left in it. So you won't need all the 27 and you might get a little bit more money.
But that's once a year we pay the 25, right?
Right, then you pay, well, you pay 150 a year, so it's like 125 and then 25.
And see, to me, that does not make sense, because they knew with the mill levy, 10 mills brought in, so when they figured that, that had to have been wrong. Because they knew we could only bring in
Yeah.
10 mills, and the mill levy at that time was 15,000.
No, they sent the mill levy for 150, and that was it. So they made it break even. Everything they did was to match.
But no, it's 170,000 a year.
No, No, see, I
Or is
think
it
the 25, John,
125?
the 25 was an interest on, it was interest on the bond, it wasn't the admin fee, because the admin fee should only be about $5,000 a year, I would think.
You have
It's
to
2.5%,
pay
it's gonna be more than that.
Okay, it is only 120, so they did make it.
So we paid that interest payment out of the general fund?
Yeah, the last year. Because really, you had no money in the other fund, but if you wanted to ever say, if the money ever comes in, so we start making more than 150 grand off that fund,
But the lease, the bond lease bond, I don't know.
well,
That account is in the general fund right now also, right?
right now it's in the general fund unless you want to make a motion to move it.
Which fund is in the general fund?
The lease payment.
No.
No.
No, it's outside the general fund.
2014 it's outside, but 2013 it's in.
Oh,
Yeah, we paid 25,000 out of the general.
but that bond fund has always been outside the general fund.
Yeah, the levy will always stay outside. the
Tax levy always will be, see, technically, that 10 mil fund owes on last year's interest, but it didn't have any money, so now your choice
Well, I'm
is,
looking at the as-is thing here, that's not right either then.
What?
Well, I'm looking at these options. So the lease payment's not in the general fund today. You just told me it wasn't. I mean,
no, the 2014's isn't. The 125 that Cindy paid,
where's the account?
Outside the general fund.
the account was zeroed out in 2013 and put in the general fund. In 2014, you took the debt portion, not the construction portion, and set up its own fund. So we got debt and construction. So construction fund in 2013,
So the
you
debt,
moved into general.
the debt is where it belongs.
Right, it belongs in the debt fund, and right now you said the debt fund in 2013 is in the general fund.
That's right.
The debt fund in 2014 for 2014 is in the debt fund. And that's why it's got $27,000 in it, and it'll have $2,000 in it at the end of the year. But if you said that 25 we paid in 2013 should have been covered by the 10 mils, which technically it should have been, but it's no money, then you said, let's just take it out of the general fund.
See, these are the ones that were set up in the general that are kind of dead right now.
Within the general
They're within the general.
courthouse, but there's no grant in
Um, there's the EOC
there.
grant.
Lease payment then.
No, lease payment.
Lease payment comes out of their own fund. It's called
Okay,
New Courthouse.
that was
You
In
guys-
2014,
You
it's
guys
clean as a
renamed
whistle.
it.
2013, you get your choices. Because technically, construction's still going on. So,
Shows you spent this money.
Okay.
Okay?
So do you guys want to leave that as a general fund expense in 2013, or do you want to take it out of the lease fund?
I'm gonna have to fall back to my own argument. What was the intent? It was spent out of the general fund.
that was you guys, but that was your check, though, so I mean, that
I
was your
don't,
intent, that's fine.
that's fine, that's where it was spent, and it was done for a reason. It was done because
No, that's fine.
there was no other choice.
Yeah, I would agree, let's just leave it as we did.
Okay, that's fine.
I just want to make sure, I don't want to be going back, well, what did we do?
Well, there's no
We're trying to
motion,
cover.
we don't need a motion to do nothing.
Right.
Well, you're gonna, because then this audit is done, right?
You want to accept the audit with the changes for the,
What did we change?
you added the 2 courthouse ones. You want to show that in,
Oh,
showing the activity. That's all he's gonna change.
That's
No,
the-
was, I thought there was going to be an addendum for the pre-audit. Is
No, that's not gonna be part of this.
It isn't.
No. And the reason you had the special meeting and had to meet today was, you need to get an audit report,
To,
State.
Bank of North
Bank
Dakota.
of North by the end of this month.
And then there's another one that's asking for.
On the single audit,
Management.
what's next?
CFM.
And on the pre-audit's gonna come up, and then the single audit will be added on to the final one of these. There'll be another 8 pages added on the back, which will show grant revenues that relate to the EOC and FEMA and all that other stuff.
okay,
And the pre-audit relates to saying, and the kind of this discussion we're having right now is saying, do you need to have a separate fund? Do you need to show how to get the money through? And then talking with Davis Bacon and just making sure that they accept the split between courthouse and EOC as far as construction engineers bill, because somehow they're gonna have to approve it, and you're gonna have to support the basis for the allocation of those two bills.
Yep.
And
Bob and Connie are working on that.
and construction engineers and craft architects.
Right.
Right. That's the four parties that have to get DES on board. And if they do that, then you just walk through the system.
Okay.
So that's basically what the pre-audit and it would cover, but if you want to show the activity, so you approve the audit with the addition of the activity for the courthouse funds. Boom, and then that baby's done.
Can we show the levy fund owing the county the $25,000 that was paid out of that, well, the county in support of that levy fund?
Well, that's kind of what talk we're having is whether you want to do it or, I mean.
No, I mean, so that if the levy fund ever does have an excess, there could be money transferred, the $25,000 out of
If
that
you want to
levy
make a
fund.
motion to say that, then you can show that in the footnote.
How do you do it in from an accounting basis? Just show it as a loan payable, or how do you do that?
You'd make a motion to say, we will pay the money from the general fund to be reimbursed from the, what fund do you call it? 10 mil fund? or-
It's called the courthouse.
Okay, so you'd make the motion to say, we will pay the interest payment out of the general fund with the new courthouse fund reimbursing it when funds are available. Boom. And then put the 25,561 in, and you're done. Then it shows as a general fund expense, and then it's on the record that you will pay it back. So if all of a sudden somebody goes, hey, that's got some money, you go, whoop, 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 take 25 out, put it in the general fund, because
Who's gonna remember that
that's why you make the motion, so it's in the official record.
12 years from now?
But no, I was just talking for the 25,000 that was paid. I wasn't talking going forward. I think going forward it will probably.
Right, no, I'm only talking about 25, so if you want to
It's a
make.
one-time deal.
See, if you made the motion to say, the general fund will be reimbursed when available from the 10 mil fund for this 25,561 paid,
Yeah.
that's in the minutes, then it's there, then you put in the, if you want to put in the footnotes, you could say, there's a receivable in the general fund from the new courthouse fund for 25 for interest paid on the lease payment due in December 2013.
Are you gonna put it on a bulletin board in here so the next
Well,
set of county commissioners and auditor and treasurer will know that? Or, I mean, how are you gonna remember that?
well, that's what it comes down to, is how you want to document it. I mean, if you want to, basically, Cindy could add in that,
No, you could do it real easy. You could set up a fund within the general fund, just labeled that, and you could list the $25,000 as revenue. And as long as you never touch that fund, every budget cycle it would come up and it would just roll forward into the next budget. You know?
No, you wouldn't want to.
well, no, but see, if you budgeted a revenue line item every time, that's,
But you also show you're getting 25,000 more in than what you are. You
But at
get
some
to a
point,
plus
you
and a
can do it.
minus, and that would be just screwed. You can get through a plus and a
I mean,
minus.
it depends on how official you want to make it, because it's kind of the same thing with back in intent, and you should try to pay it back, but the question comes is, then do you want to zero that fund out every year in essence and keep paying off a piece at a time? So like say, if it was $2,000 in it, and then you want to say, take the 2,000 out of that fund and put it in the general fund. Now it only was 23,000.
When's the next payment due?
November.
October, November.
It's due in October, November 1st, you gotta get it to in October.
See, the other way you could do it is you could take the money back out of the fund right now. And then every time the payment was due, you could make up the difference out of the general fund.
Yeah.
And as the fund grew, the difference you had to make up would
Right.
decrease, and eventually you would get it back to nothing. You wouldn't have to put it in the calendar. It would just be an every year deal. You'd have to deal with it.
Yeah, and then you could sell by the amount that you roll back would be the indication what you owe.
I said that would be painful.
Yeah, no, but it'd be a lot easier than
Well, I mean-
the other way.
Well, then it's there all the time.
It's there all the time.
Because that always show up every year, because you go, what's this check from the general fund to the 10 mil fund?
Well,
That's what it was short. You go, okay, that's what they owe me. And then the next year comes and you write it back.
Cindy would come to pay the bill, and there wouldn't be enough in it. She'd have to come to us, and she'd say, or the county commissioners, she'd say, why? I need a little bit more money. Okay, we give them a little bit more money. Eventually we get to the point where we don't give them any money, and we're even.
It's paid
Can't
up.
give them any more
It's paid
money.
up.
57, 15, 59 says you can only levy 10 mils.
No, but if it generates more, if the valuations go up, so if you guys.
But they're just paying us.
Price of farm,
They're paying us back. They paid us back. We're having to kick in. Yeah. Leave it the way it is. See, that's what problem with this thing. Hard to screw up something, hard to fix something so screwed up you can't. Somebody paid $80,000 in lawyers to figure this out. We're sure not gonna figure it out sitting here.
Okay,
It is what it is, let a judge figure it
so
out
the
later on.
25 is left in there. Yeah, and informally, the goal is to have it paid, not formal, without a motion.
anybody have any questions on the audit report?
Well, you'll have a revised audit report for our June 20th meeting, is it?
If you want that, if that's only, it's, I'll tell her those two changes, or add those two funds back, and that's all you're talking about, right? Are you comfortable with it then?
Yeah, and the next time we meet will be, and that'll be soon enough on June 20th to approve the revised.
But we're not-
That's
yeah.
what I told them, that June 20th you would accept whatever audit, and you can email it.
We're not changing the existing funds, though, we're just adding the two back.
Showing activity grows.
Yeah. We're leaving everything in place.
You're not creating new expensive revenues, you're just saying, here's what,
We're just putting it back to the way that
Sure.
I understood it was gonna be in the first place. We just, inactivity in those funds.
Just showing the actual
Yeah.
transaction. Okay,
and the other thing I just handed out is this comparison, just to give you an idea. Technically, this is, what I would consider the operating funds of the county. And again, that's, if you look at the pages, you see it. And then what it's kind of just showing you is just kind of a trend of the county. You see, tax revenue kind of going up and expenses and it just kind of gives you an idea of how you're sitting. And from a perspective of, the state money coming in, gave you a better chance to eat your costs that you had to eat this year in the general fund. That's why the general fund didn't go totally ballistic this year, because it had a little more operating money. So it could eat the costs that you moved in for the vote. Just so you know that. Just something I always kind of look at when I just kind of try to get a feel for how the county's doing, if you're going back or forward. And one thing you notice, I just put debt proceeds as a revenue source. That's what you've done in the past, like in 2011 and 10, to try to cover capital costs we were just talking about earlier. But this ought to be something if you want to look at, it might provide some information.
Debt proceeds?
Yeah, he took out notes to pay for different stuff. Like, the biggest one there was like for the social service building. When you took the 131 out.
Then the debt costs were just the interest on that, right?
That cost you paying it back, so. So when you pay back the loans that you took out, and that's when you talk about, committed funds,
Yeah.
that's when it is you talk.
This is just a summary.
No, it's just information for you guys, because when you look at all the different financial stuff, this really, as far as the commission goes, are really the funds that you can control if you move stuff back and forth. And in all reality, it comes back to that first page is saying is, do you have the money or not? And whether you split money into different funds or not, you still got to pay it as a county total, and that's why I show that sheet. It says, that's kind of basically your super general fund, where because you have other levies that basically subsidize general fund operation or our social service. Your ultimate responsible for social service, so if you cut them guys off, then it's going to come back to bite you in the general fund, because you're going to have to pay all their bills no matter what.
Right.
So that's why I include all those costs in there, so you say, well, if we save money here, will we lose money there?
Yeah.
That's all.
If they broke it down between committed and non-committed funds, it would be.
Yeah, I see, and that's where you need to have the formal process of how you want to commit stuff.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah. You guys set the record. I went 3.5 hours, man. I tell you, now I got to tell everybody to go 3.5 hours.
Thanks for your time.
You bet. I appreciate you taking the time to dive into these numbers, because most people go, boring. So, thank you very much.
Yeah.
thanks, Harold.
Thanks, Harold.
EOC grant. How's it going?
So,
Working on.
I sent out emails today to get invoices. Some invoices will have to come through construction engineers, some are like for watching. We paid that off, their estimate is also an invoice, acceptance of an invoice, and the state will accept that they want to be an invoice, not an estimate, paid off an estimate type thing. Just little things like that, there's a lot of them. Some of the things they had on there, we've already sent them out, they crossed over, there's a payment in there. Just going down their list and get what they need,
Yeah,
I don't know what else to say.
they just have to break up.
We're thinking maybe by hoping Monday, and if it's Monday, we send it back. Most of it.
And that's really where the co-mingling of funds can be undone, is an invoice, and here's even though it's together, here's what it was paid for it, and
One of the things there was that tower, the radio
Yeah.
tower, they've got that down as tower repair, nor was an invoice, anything we have from Jamestown Commission is the word repair anyplace on it, so I don't know where that came from.
and it looks like they're gonna allow the percentages to stand, the 39%, and so, I mean, if you just take it and show it to them, and here's a percent, and here's a percent, and explain the process to them, I think that's
We both give everything that we can do, county elections have to be recently.
so that's, I don't know. You just gotta go by what they tell us to do, and we can't be trying to rethink or trying to second guess them. They must have a plan, they went through a lot of work to provide the information to us to how
They
to.
want the money to us.
Right, so, play the game.
So that's all I really have on that, I guess, the county does.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Connie.
Okay, I guess that's the options I have in front of me for the deputy position. Having the funding to carry that position through July. Option number one, I spoke with Sheriff Beckman several times since I brought it up at that meeting we talked about this with Steel County, if that's an option to look at. He said the commissioner is giving him their feeling that they'd be anxious to do something if we're willing to do that. Number two, the COPS grant that's available. That application, if you want to go look at that, that's due June 23rd. That's basically the same grant we used last time around. Last time was 100% funding for 3 years. This time it's 75. Like indicated, the asterisks on the dollar amounts, that's an estimate based on roughly our current level for one officer for everything involved with their employment. And I just add a little to that just for rounding figures for this purpose. And I guess option number three would be cut the position. That's by way of resignation, retirement, or forced layoff. That's really the only options I have.
What was, wasn't it 17.9, isn't that the amount that was cut in the budget?
17 something.
It was 17, I got it.
But that doesn't
17.4 or
include,
17.
that doesn't include any benefits,
Yeah,
like
you cut
retirement, social
salary.
security.
Yeah,
You cut salary.
Yeah,
the benefits would be on top of that.
yeah. Health insurance.
So when we applied for like last COG grant, I think we used the number, it was 47,444 or 44,7 something. I didn't have time to get this ready in time. There's all those exact numbers for you today because I was following up about this last night. But in the COPS grant, they pay for salary and 100% of fringe. That's what they do. I mean, in the grant, that's the number you use. It's
75% of salary and 100%
Yeah,
of fringe?
but I mean, I'm saying the number I used to come up with our grant request amount, it's based on 100% of salary and fringe and et cetera. And then the grant, for 3 years, they will pay 75% of that total, and we will match that. And that total will be what's there or slightly less, because I just used that number for this purpose today.
But there would be a fourth year that we'd have to pay for.
Yeah, and then it's listed there too, there's a 4th year retention.
That the county would pay.
Every COPS grant that did that.
Yeah. So the county expenditure would be 10,000 per year, or let's see,
Well, it's written right here around,
12,000. Okay.
12,000, that's based on these numbers, it could be slightly less, 11 or 10 something.
So really, to put it another way, the federal match over the 4 years would be 50%, really, is what it amounts to. If we pay for the full amount for the 4th year.
Yeah.
Right, that's kind of set up. Last time around, it was 75%,
Yeah.
because they did match 100% for 3 years.
Yeah. So really, yeah.
And the only thing Sheriff Beckman asked me is if you guys are interested in this, if we're gonna look at a split thing or do our own COPS grant or whatever your thinking is, if we would just send them a letter to the Steele County Commission requesting, at least talk about this or something with idea of our splits. And
So the COPS grant would apply to an existing position?
yeah,
or-
I've got it, turn the page, I've got it highlighted on this page there. Be the third highlight now, if you know, let's see here, Stephen. Oh, I forgot.
I don't have highlights, what page you on?
Oh, sorry.
Of this thing?
It's the second page, about the middle of the second paragraph. It gives the reasons for the COPS grant. One is to rehire officers that are scheduled to be laid off at a specific future date.
So right now, we're putting 17,000 something, 900 towards half a salary.
Yeah, it's 17,400 something 56 cents.
Yeah. So what would be with these options? What would be the net increase to that number? If we went with sharing with Briggs County, what would be the net increase over 4 years?
The net increase over the 17.4.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
And the same thing with the COPS grant. What would be the net increase over 4 years?
Well, it would be you take the 24,000
Right.
minus your 17. That's
So $32,000.
not in it. This would be here. It's all right.
8,000 per year.
COPS salary, yeah.
Yeah, if we went with just the Steele County and no grant, you would subtract 17,000 from the 24,
Yep.
and that'd be the net
8,
increase.
and then take it times 4 for
Yeah.
the 32.
And then Steele County would pick up whatever portion they chose. They do have to pick up what they want to agree on.
So then, actually, if you apply that figure then towards if you did the COPS grant, then it's 50%.
It's only 24.
Yeah.
4 years, it'd be $6,000.
724, 617,
24,000.
8,000 times 4 is 32.
8, 6. Oh, I only come up with 6. 24,000 minus 17. Or just about 18.
7,000.
6.
Around 6, yeah.
If we did the COPS grant, it'll cost Griggs County $12,000 a year approximately.
Extra, yeah.
No, that would be total.
Yeah.
That'd be the total. Because the grant's gonna pick up.
Oh, 100% of fringe, you said, right?
Right, if you're just gonna do the COPS grant for ourselves, it would cost, $12,000 a year.
Over and above the 17?
No, look, let's start with clean slate here, John.
Clean slate, okay.
If we did the COPS grant, our local match would be, it would be 36,000 over the 3 years. So you divide it by 3, so it would cost us $12,000 a year for a deputy if we did it just Griggs County.
For the first 3 years.
For the first 3 years. Okay, I'm just talking about the first 3 years. And then if we did that, we split that COPS grant and went with Steele County, it would be $6,000 a year. So the remaining year, the end year, it would be $48,000 for year 4. That it would cost Griggs County if we did it by ourselves what it normally costs for a deputy position. Or if we were in unison with Steele, we would split that, so it'd be $24,000 roughly.
So actually you could combine these two then, right?
Which two?
Could you do both options together? Share and apply for
Well,
the COPS grant?
That's what we did last time around.
Yeah.
So last time around, the grant covered 3 years, 100% of everything for salary. The 4th year we split with Steele County. Then during all those years, the ancillary costs, gas, repairs, uniforms, cell phone, whatever, I mean, there was quite a list. We split that 50-50.
But if we split the deputy between Steele County for the 4 years and did the COPS grant, what would that do?
11,000 a year per county, plus the ancillary costs.
Yeah,
Vehicle,
roughly.
gas.
So that would reduce what we're paying now by about $6,000.
That would be the best option, wouldn't it? Combination.
So, and then I
of the
guess
two.
what we're looking at here is, I don't know what the application and approval timeframe is. Last time I think it was 3 months, approximately on the COPS grant. And it's not, the application date is not till the 23rd of June, so and we just got the applications, or they've only been available for a week and a half. It's a short window on those. So it's a simple process. We've done it here 4 times. The grants have gone flawless. And then with this grant would be Griggs County grant. So if Steele County wants to pull out, then
Well, can it be joint?
it can be joint. If your grant, no, the grant is applied by an agency.
Oh,
Yeah. Last time we did it here, we controlled the program, we controlled the schedule.
But Steele County could apply for the same grant, couldn't they?
Yep, and they're not going to.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, Wayne said he wasn't going to apply for it. He's hoping that I will do it, like last time. That's Wayne.
But I mean, couldn't both counties apply for this grant? Steele County applies for it and
I
County?
mean, individually for their own?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can do that.
apply for it.
Okay.
And they would probably get it if they wanted to.
Okay.
You're just applying on Griggs County's behalf.
See, last time we applied for the grant, we did that at the same time that we were gonna be sharing the deputy.
Mhm.
Well,
And we did that to cut costs.
why don't we share the deputy?
And apply
And
for the
then,
grant
let Steele
ourselves.
County and Griggs County both apply for the part-time position for their costs, and then no one's on the hook if,
But see, the COPS grant's not for a part-time position, you gotta apply for it, you're hiring or rehiring or keeping on board a full-time officer. There's no part-time COPS grant, it's for full-time staff. So that's why last time Griggs County applied for it, we managed it, administrated it, and then we used the deputy in both places. Steele County paid every bill on time and everything there was to
well,
do.
if we did it last time, let's let them do it this time.
Yeah.
We got enough stuff to manage.
One question, just from what you said, Sean, I mean, the federal share is $35,000 a year.
I would have to be all the paperwork.
And then the fringes,
I mean, I would, that's the way.
I mean, so I wanted to clarify that with everybody.
The fringer's covered 100% on the COPS grant.
Where does it say that?
Well, that's what Bob said, 75% on the salary and 100% on the fringe, right? The COPS grant.
A COPS grant our last grant for years 1, 2, and 3, the COPS grant paid 100%
Of everything.
of everything.
Salary and fringe.
Yeah, on this grant, the
75%
COPS grant
of
paid
salary.
75% of everything.
Oh, everything, okay, I thought you said 75.
So when you see that number 48,000,
Yeah.
that's salary plus all the fringe and
Okay,
benefits.
so it'd be 75% of that.
Yeah, and that's what the numbers are showing.
36, okay.
Okay, but I mean, the federal government's only gonna pay $35,000 a year.
30,
No.
36.
And it's just salaries, they aren't gonna cover
Yeah.
any expenses this time?
What's that?
They aren't gonna cover any of the extra expenses this time?
What are the extra expenses?
Fringes or?
Yeah,
Uniforms?
no, they never have.
Oh, I thought they.
No, Steele County split them with us.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't pay that, they pay salary benefits.
But the federal will pay $35,000 a year.
Yes, $35,000 a year.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's approximately, or whatever we come up with as our application dollar amount based on salary. And last time I added a dollar amount to each year of the grant period. So if there was an increase in salary or there was a cost to a benefit,
Right.
We didn't come up short. And in the end, we didn't meet those projections. So the money went longer. That's why we paid for the month of January in 2014. But on the grant period, we split that with Steele County.
Okay. What are your wishes, fellas?
I'm going to say this straightforward. If we're going to do this and we're thinking we're going to enter into this with Steele County, I would really like to apply for the cost grant on our end. They've never had one.
Absolutely.
They've never applied for one. We haven't. We've never been turned down, and in things that went flawless. They're pretty basic. So I did what I was asked. You guys asked me to check further on the Steele County thing. I did that.
Well, I get, yeah.
So
I guess I was the one that wanted to know how we stood, because I didn't want to get in a position where all of a sudden we're running over budget and it's coming from essential items and then we're faced with trying to, just a situation that he was just talking about. Is there an option where we could just share a deputy and keep it separate? Could he work part-time here and part-time there?
I guess that's an option. I don't know how we would work all that out, because you have to. There's some licensing things to the Peace Board on that. Part-time deputies are considered special deputies, and I think under the Peace Sergeant's license, you have to be a full-time peace officer to be considered licensed. So what would have to happen? Whoever it is would have to be a full-time deputy sheriff in Griggs County or Steele County on paper, and then we would be doing the same thing we did.
The reimbursement.
Yeah. See, that's when we started this position that Wes is currently occupying, or was occupying. He was the last one on that cops grant. Just lost my train of thought. Excuse me a second. We ran it all through Griggs County. Griggs County deputy sheriff, everything. So.
And they don't care if you share that deputy with somebody else?
No, because he's a special deputy. Special deputy over in Steele County. He's a full-time deputy here, and he's a special deputy there. That's the way they instructed me to do it, because until they change the rules. And they're looking at changing the rules because there's other counties that have talked about this.
Well, these little tiny counties are good.
But
It takes less time to drive to Findlay than it does to drive across Fargo.
Yeah, we're the only every county around us is adding, except for Steele and us. Everybody else is adding law enforcement staff for one reason or another. So I mean, it's most counties now are not decreasing, they're increasing, or have increased within the last year.
Well, no matter what we do for the remainder of this year, it's going to cost us more money. Other than option 3, right?
Right.
When would the cops grant be available?
I can find it out and let you guys know tomorrow.
It's 2014.
Yeah, it's 2014. But see, on those federal grants, that's just a fiscal year number.
Yeah.
You know, we might be awarded the grant in October 15th or November 1st. Then there'll be a 36 or 48-month performance period from there. See, the last time we started the grant, I believe in October. And these cops grant, for whatever reason, they always come out springtime, late spring, early summer.
When would the sheriff position start?
That would be up to you guys in Steele County. If you're something you want to pursue. If that's something you want to pursue, I need to let Wayne know. We need to get some kind of a, Wayne and I have to talk, get something ironed out, and then one of the commissions put it into a formal request or something. That's what they're going to want over there. I know that. Last time that's what we did. We came up with a basic contract, and the commission here looked at it, and then it was brought to Steele County, and we signed off on it. And
they have one deputy over there too.
they have to. You guys know how this works. I mean, whether we have one deputy, 2 deputies, or 3 deputies, the work is basically the same. The work where I need to be doing our job is the same. So we can cut that up between 1, 2, 3, or 4 people in this situation. We're doing with 3.5. And it worked at times. It's not enough. Other times, the public always says we have too much law enforcement. Well, we also got 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we do work on Sundays. Sundays are oftentimes our most stupid days. Or Friday afternoon to 4:30. Just the way it works.
I got a question.
Yeah.
When did that change?
When did what change?
What you just said,
Which part of the park, Steve?
that you're on duty 24 hours a day.
We're not on duty 24 hours a day. I'm responsible for 24 hours a day.
Right.
So I have to have someone to go out 24 hours a day and do something.
When did that change?
It's never has changed.
Even when we had one sheriff in this
Well,
county with no
well-
deputies?
Well, I can tell you what, Steve, we can have this conversation anytime you want.
Well, I just asked.
It isn't 1964 anymore. I mean, at one point in time, most of these counties got by with us here. They had minimal duties, minimal court duties. Things have changed. We're mandated things, and
In 1964, we had twice the population.
Steve, I'm not arguing that, but if you compared Steve, listen to me.
I'm in favor of,
In 1964, Steve, we had like this many criminal cases. Now we got it in 100. Time
Deputies, you'll have more yet.
Those are not cases we're talking about.
I'm in favor of any option that we pick here as long as it stays within the budget provisions that we set forth at the first of the year.
That's fine, but Bob's asking for approval to talk to Steele County.
Yeah,
So-
we gave them that. Oh.
Well, but they're gonna want something official. The atmosphere that's been surrounding all this. Everybody wants something official. You guys want things official. They want things official. So if I have the blessing of the Griggs County Commission to talk to Wayne Beckman, Sheriff Beckman, and
What do they want?
Well, have Wayne Beckman send us a letter telling us what he wants done, and then we'll take action on it.
okay, the letter won't come from me or Sheriff Beckman. It's gonna come from the county commission.
Okay, we'll have him
Because
contact.
it's a county commission issue.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna go through all the hassle of having to do the grant and everything else, we can at least make sure they're on board. Have them send us a request for a joint powers agreement, and then we look at it.
If that's the official, that's all.
All right, no, it's just my
Somebody want to
recommendation.
put her in the form of a motion? Or are we gonna let Whack be the king today? Right?
They've
Don't
already
recommend
indicated they
it.
want to do this.
Just to make sure, I mean, your motion was that the 17,000 that we reduced from the budget, that won't be affected. That's
We don't
not
have a motion.
Okay, well,
No,
I'm
it's
asking the
discussion.
question first.
No, I just said I was in favor of anything we want to do as long as it doesn't affect the budget cuts that we made, or that we made into when we took office. So if we can live within the existing budget for this year and future years, I'm fine with it.
Well, it's highly unlikely we're gonna be able to live within the 17 for the remainder of the year. Salary's cut in half and there's 12 months a year, and we've got, it's not.
Not if that grant comes through.
Right, but I'm saying, to get me to the point where grant may come through, we're gonna be over the 17. I've got enough money left for Brainerd this month and for July, so.
And we are committing for that fourth year, we have to keep in mind.
Yeah, that's what I said, if we can live within. But I mean,
Some future commissioner.
what was the plan up to this, action because of urgency is,
There's no action because of urgency here, there's not.
well, so.
You guys gave me a budget thing.
So what was the, that's why I guess I wanted.
Steele County did not want to do anything until June.
Okay, I just want to know what the
Yeah.
plan was. I mean,
Yeah.
this has been going on for quite a while. I want to know what the plan, that's why
Yep.
we're getting close to the deadline here, what's going to happen.
And there may be some personnel that changes within my department that would affect this also. Might buy us some time. But I do not have those answers here today. I may not have them tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just looking for an update on what the plan was, and,
Yeah.
and I'm fine with, like I said, if we can live within the budget constraints, I'm fine with it.
But like budget constraints, how do you figure in that fourth year?
Well, if you have a joint powers agreement with Steele County, the deputy's only gonna cost each county $11,000 a $1,000 a year over a 4-year period.
But in year 4, we're gonna pay.
We'd have to,
Then you're looking at 24.
Then we would have to boost the budget, yeah.
Yeah, in year 4, we gotta pay that 100%.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And then I'm not in favor of that, I said that it's, if I think that half the deputy is what I voted for, but that's only.
What do you want to do?
I'd make a motion. I believe we should pursue the shared position, see what we can come up with.
Pursue the joint powers
Mm-hmm.
with Steele County.
And not do the COPS grant.
Well, I think we should apply for that.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Huh?
Why not? Why
And
not
then
do
apply,
that?
and apply for the COPS grant.
Do both. Do the COPS grant and then go with the shared positions still come.
You don't want to use the word joint powers because it's not a joint powers agreement. Can't do a joint powers agreement, share funds.
We can decide whether we want to accept it or not. Yeah, way down the road.
Cooperative agreement.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, after we get the agreement from Steele, we can say, no, we don't want to pursue that. And even if we get the COPS grant, for whatever reason, we can
And
say.
We can either accept it or not.
Yep.
Get there.
That's what was done last time. Everything we heard done like that. The commission is in the last word on it.
We can reject the COPS grants a month from now.
If we
3
decide
months
then
from
that we
now.
don't want to do the
We
fourth
can
thing.
reject the Steele County agreement.
And how much time do we have before I mean, is it the 31st of June is when the funds run out, or is there,
Or it's just the application.
31st of
deadline.
July.
we've got another month?
Yeah, because the month of January, we're still finishing up
Oh, that's right.
the last COPS program in Steele County. They're for that.
So there could be a gap where we're
Yes, it could be. And I approached Steele County immediately upon our last meeting, talking about this, and Beckman spoke with his commissioners, and they, at the time, they had some issues going on there, they wanted to hold off until May or June. They said June, so. Your timing is actually almost perfect for that part of it, what they asked.
Okay, there's a motion on the table that we approach Steele County and see if there's any interest to have a joint deputy. Is there a second to that position?
I move the second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries.
Do you have a copy of the contract?
I'll get you one. I have to do a second question based on, should I start pursuing the COPS grant from days or time to time?
That was your motion, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just start getting working.
If we decide we don't want it, we can deny it.
Oh, you had the COPS grant in there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
I had it in that.
Oh, I didn't,
I had 5 grand.
That's why I asked you.
My bad.
But we usually the other one still here, no? We usually got it out
Water.
Back to the bridge.
Are we done?
I move we adjourn.
Then we adjourn meeting, is there a second to that?
Second.
Any discussion? Is there any discussion? It's a good idea. Discussion. Seeing none, proceed to vote.
Bob, after the meeting's over, I do have one question, no?
Okay.
Aye.
No,
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
We're done.
Meeting adjourned, 4:54. Adjourned again on the 20th of June at 1 p.m.